Good morning. It is a pleasure to welcome you all to the annual monetary conference of the Institute of International Monetary Research. This year we have made progress and we are very pleased to be able to have a face-to-face event here at the University of Buckingham, but we will also live stream the conference on social media and connect to some of our speakers online. It will be a sort of a hybrid conference, and we'll do our best to reach out to those following us on campus and also our viewers online. For those who are unfamiliar with what we do, the Institute is an educational charity set up in 2014 and associated with the University of Buckingham. The purpose of the Institute is to demonstrate and bring to public attention the strong relationship between the quantity of money on the one hand and the levels of national income and expenditure on the other. We're affiliated to the Vinson Center for the Public Understanding of Economics and Entrepreneurship, and we are very grateful to the Vinson Center for their facilities, as well as the Royal Economic Society for their generous support. So as the title of the conference reads, will more inflation follow COVID-19? And what does that say about contemporary economics? Well, the latest data available shows that CPI inflation is on the rise in the USA, 6.5% rate of growth of inflation. In the Eurozone, with yesterday's data, 4.9%, and in the UK as well, 4.2%. If you have followed the IIMR analysis since March 2020, you will not be surprised by this outcome. We can say that inflation, the inflation versus deflation debate of 2020 is over. And today we look forward to discussing with excellent colleagues and experts in monetary economics how permanent, or if you like, transitory, whatever this means, inflation will be. But the conference is not only about the views of the IIMR on the current inflation episodes, and you will hear a wide range of opinions on the topic from the UK and from overseas. The conference presentations and the Q&A time will be recorded and edited and published later on our social media, on our YouTube channel. For those in the room, we'll give you the option to address the speakers at the end of each session. And for those following us online, questions must be submitted via the Q&A option on Zoom, and we'll moderate them and address the speaker. But please, this is very important, indicate who you are addressing. We may not be able to address all the questions submitted. So if your question doesn't get answered, please email us on enquiries@nv-pt.org, and we'll pass your questions on to our speakers, and then we'll endeavor to respond. Now I invite my colleague and chairman of the Institute, Professor Tim Condon, to join me. And may I thank you again for joining us, and welcome again to the conference.
Well, hello, everyone. Thank you very much for coming. This is going to be an exciting day. It's going to be intellectually exciting, and it may be technologically exciting too, since we are pioneers in this hybrid conference world. And but we look forward to contributions both here, live, face-to-face, and also online. Yes, Juan, the inflation-deflation debate is over, and we won. Basically, the central theme of the conference was partly what's going to happen to inflation, but it's also why has inflation come back, and then also what is so wrong with macroeconomists that they can't have seen what, to me and to others in this room, was just obvious a year, 18 months ago. So it's going to be an intellectually exciting day. And again, thank you for coming. Can I now invite John Greenwood, the first speaker, to come up and talk to us? Thank you. Thank you, John.
Good morning, everybody. My name is John Greenwood. I'm the chief economist at Invesco, which is an asset management company. But I like to straddle the business world and the academic world. So I really enjoy participating in conferences like this. And I want to thank Tim Condon, Juan Castaneda, and especially Gail Grimston for all the organization and helping to make it possible. The paper that I've prepared in conjunction with Steve Hankey of the Johns Hopkins University is entitled, find it, well, our general title, excuse me, let me get to the right slide here.
So John, is it not working?
It's not working, sorry.
Try it again.
No. Ben, can we? There we go. Right. So the theme for that we were assigned by the conference organizers was on monetary growth and inflation in leading economies 2021, 2022. And we've chosen to emphasize the difference between relative prices and overall prices for reasons that I'll make clear, but basically there's a huge amount of confusion in the popular commentary and indeed among professional economists between the two. And basically a lot of people are saying that changes in relative prices that we are seeing constitute inflation. And I'll elaborate more on that as we go through. Now, we start the paper by saying that there have always been really only two explanations of inflation. One explanation, which goes back hundreds of years, is that inflation is a monetary phenomenon created by an excess of the quantity of money over the rate of economic growth and the desire of the public at large and firms to hold money. So there are those two reasons why people want to hold money. You have to finance growth, and you want to, as people get richer, they tend to want to hold more money as part of their overall financial asset portfolio. And that those things are very stable and constant, well, not constant, but they're very stable over a period of time. That's and going back centuries, so there were silver discoveries, gold discoveries in the 16th, 17th centuries and 19th century, and they were the prominent or the most prominent determinant of the increase in the quantity of money. But since we've moved to a fiat money system, we also have to take that into account, and there have been many reasons why fiat money has increased. But again, the monetary theory says that if you increase the quantity of money, whether it's under a fiat standard or a metallic standard, gold standard or silver standard, you will get inflation if you increase the quantity of money too much in relation to growth and the demand for increased money balances. So that's the monetary explanation, which held through metallic standards periods or real gold and silver standard periods and through fiat money periods. There is another set of theories, which we call, at the beginning of our paper, ad hoc theories. Now, these are theories which are regularly trotted out by economists and central bankers and commentators around the world. And they say that inflation is due to things like labor unions pushing up demands for wages, monopolists pushing up the price of scarce materials or resources. Currently, the favored ad hoc explanation is that inflation is all to do with the disruption and breakdown of supply chains. So everywhere you read that we're getting inflation because supply chains have been disrupted because of the COVID pandemic. And as I say, that is a confusion of relative prices with overall prices. There are actually two things going on. We have had a big shift in relative prices, number one, but also in some countries, we've had big changes which are going to drive shifts in the overall price level. And it's important to understand the difference between those two. Now, before we look at the present, what I want to do is to review the trends of the past 30 years pre-COVID. So I'm going to look at price trends in the period 1990. Oops, sorry, going the wrong way. Can I go to the next slide, please? 1990 to, okay. So the next few slides are all 1990 to 2019. And what I want you to observe, we're going to go country by country. First of all, this is the United States. And as you can see, we're looking at the overall consumer price index. That's the dark blue line, all items. And then I've split it into the behavior of goods prices and the behavior of service prices. Goods prices, you can see, since about 1995, have been generally falling, whereas service prices tend to rise at something like 3%, 3 and a bit percent, maybe sometimes 4% on average. Now, the consumer price index is a weighted average of those two. And as a result, the CPI kind of goes along closer to the service index because services account for about 80% of the modern economy. And in the US, well, that's roughly the ratio, a little bit 80, 85%. And that's why you get that pattern. But this is, so goods prices tended to be falling, service prices tended to be rising more than the CPI. And as a result, we've had this pattern. Next. Next, the UK, you see exactly the same sort of phenomenon. Goods prices tended to be falling, but there have been episodes when they've risen. And service prices generally rising much more rapidly than the CPI overall. And again, the overall CPI is a weighted average of goods and service prices. And so it runs along the middle there, biased slightly towards the service side. Again, this is the period pre-COVID. And the next one is the Eurozone, where again, you see the same sort of thing, but because Eurozone inflation was lower, these lines are all more compressed together. There's not so much differentiation. I've put over on the far left-hand side in all of these, I'm sorry, I should have drawn attention to it, the average changes. We'll have a table on that in a moment. But as you can see, same pattern prevails by and large, not all the time, but mostly. And then if we look at Japan, this is the fourth country, we had certainly that pattern prevailing until 2005, but since then, Japan has had a couple of increases in the consumption tax, and that's hit goods more than services. And as a result, Japan's seen goods prices rise a bit more than service prices in recent years. But basically, the story is for these four major countries, the US, the UK, the Eurozone, and Japan, that we've had generally falling goods prices, but rising service prices, and service prices rising quite a bit more. So they have a neat summary of it. This is the average rate of change of goods prices and service prices in the first two columns for each country. And then in the right-hand column, all items. And you can see that that is in between those two. So this general pattern prevailed for the last 30 years. So what was behind this? And why have things changed? Well, what's changed things is COVID-19. Because of the lockdown, all kinds of service activities saw drastic declines in their sales, in their activity levels, and in employment. Now, these are figures for US personal consumption expenditure in real terms. The top line is for services, and you can see that from that dashed line, the last point near the dashed line, if I can highlight it, I'm not sure it's working, but anyway, is 2019 fourth quarter of 2019, you can see there was an overall drop by the second quarter of 15% in real terms. That's a huge drop. Since then, there's been some recovery, but we're still not back to trend. Conversely, spending on goods has skyrocketed. It's up by 29, or in the second quarter of this year, it was up by 29% compared with pre-COVID. So you've had this huge divergence of spending, and that has naturally had an impact on prices. If people are bidding for goods because they're locked down and they're buying more computers, more games, more garden furniture, a better barbecue, more furniture, they're making an extension of the house, they're doing all those things because of lockdown, and these goods are being delivered to their door by Amazon or somebody like that, whereas they can't travel, they can't go to restaurants, they can't go to movies, so service spending is down sharply. Naturally, that has had an impact on prices. So now we're going to look at what's happened to prices in the recent period, 2018 to 2021. So just the last 4 years. And as you see at the left-hand side of the chart, goods prices were still falling relative to the overall CPI. Service prices rising more rapidly. Exactly what I pointed out to you was the trend of the past 30 years. But then COVID occurs, and look what happens. Goods prices have soared, and service prices are lagging behind. So we've had a reversal of this relative price trend. In the US, and this was data for the US, goods prices in October were up by 13.2% over the previous year. Service prices up just 3.7%. Notice that the all items number is also up. That's the figure that Juan quoted just now. The October figure was 6.2% for all items in the Consumer Price Index. We'll come on to that in a few moments, but I want to show you that this trend is general. First of all, sure that I've got the right one. Yeah, okay. Let me step back a moment and give you a longer perspective on this. Here I'm showing you not the year-on-year rate of change, but the level of the Consumer Price Index and its two components that we've just been looking at. So the durable goods, which actually with non-durable goods, things like food, constitutes total goods, and then services. So services plus durable goods plus non-durable goods make up the full Consumer Price Index. And what you'll see here is very interesting. The data starts in 1956, and by and large, those prices for goods and services moved in tandem together up until 1978. In 1978, Deng Xiaoping started the 4 modernizations and the opening up of China. And that meant that factories in China could be started up by entrepreneurs in Hong Kong initially, and then by entrepreneurs in the mainland. And China started to produce goods in a significant way. And in 1985, what you see is a divergence in the behavior of durable goods prices and service prices. Durable goods prices are still rising, but they're not rising nearly as rapidly as service prices. And then from September 1996, durable goods prices start falling. So this basically what's happening is China is producing more and more cheap manufactured goods using its cheap labor, its cheap land, its cheap factories, and so on. And it's competing in this area. So China is having an effect on relative prices, but not on the overall price index. And to sort of digress here for a moment, the popular narrative that we all hear is that China has spent the last 30 years exporting deflation. And what I'm going to show you is that that is completely false. Milton Friedman said that inflation is always and everywhere a monetary phenomenon. But we can add to that by saying that inflation is always and everywhere a local phenomenon. That is to say, it's a product of monetary policy, or more accurately, monetary growth in the country concerned. And every country can choose its monetary policy. Of course, they can peg their exchange rate to another country, in which case they basically have to follow what's happening to monetary conditions in that country. But it's their choice, and they could do something different. So the overall inflation rate in the US didn't change drastically, but the composition of prices changed because China was exporting not overall deflation, but it was exporting much lower relative prices for labor and manufactured goods. And that had an impact on manufacturing wages throughout the Western economies, because factories were being undercut in Europe and North America. And as a result, there was a lot of shifting of resources over to China, to make these manufactured goods. So for the next few years, from 1996 until COVID, the right-hand side here, durable goods prices were falling. And I can show you that in another way too, using not the CPI, but the components of the deflator for personal consumption expenditure in the United States. So the total is the total personal consumption expenditure deflator, and that's split into services, non-durables, and durables. Non-durables is things, as I say, like food and clothing, which we use for a while and then we dispose of. But notice that from the peak of that durables pricing increase, they declined by nearly 40%, by 39.5%. But since then, they've risen by 9%. Those are changes in relative prices. And it's this increase in 9% that the team transitory are saying is inflation. And they're saying, because that won't last, we'll go back to falling goods prices. We won't, the inflation will disappear. And I'm going to show you that that is wrong. Now, just a quick tour of some other countries. Another point, if you go further up the supply chain from consumer prices to producer prices, you get much bigger movements. So things like producer goods for inputs for manufacturing and so on tend to rise much more. There's raw materials prices and intermediate goods prices. They tend to rise much more. So this is data for the United States, but these increases tend to be absorbed in margins, so they don't necessarily show up in the CPI. Moving to the Eurozone, we see the same pattern, that shift, that reversal. Here's the left-hand side, you can see that magenta or purple line declining, but then with COVID halfway through 2020, latter part of 2020, goods prices start rising much more rapidly, and service prices are now lagging behind, and the overall price index is also rising. So Europe seems to be following the US, and that's why people in team transitory say, well, this is a general phenomenon caused by supply chain problems. Wrong. If we look at now further up the supply chain in Europe, we have the same sort of thing. Producer prices rising very rapidly, over 15–16% for the Eurozone as a whole. Import prices rising sharply, but the CPI more modestly, and the GDP deflator still, well, we don't have up-to-date data for the Eurozone, but basically that's going to be broadly in line with the CPI. For the UK, we have the same sort of picture. On the left-hand side, those goods prices tended to be falling, and then we've got the reversal with COVID, and goods prices now rising more rapidly. But notice again that these prices are much more compressed together. Goods prices rising 4.9%, service prices rising 3.2% year over year for October, and all items 4.2%. I think this is partly, well, I have some explanation in the paper. I won't go into it now. It's not important. But now, so much for our sort of three major areas: the US, the UK, the Eurozone. What about Japan? Japan is a different story. As I said to you, Japan's goods prices tended to be rising a bit more, partly because of the consumption tax increases. But they've nevertheless seen a big jump in goods prices as a result of the pandemic, and service prices are lagging behind. Japan has had exactly the same supply chain problems that every other country has had. So why aren't they seeing overall prices rising? Because their all items, you can see, is only 0.1. Japan does not have inflation at the generalized level. What about China? Well, for those of you who don't know, China is very interesting because it's kind of, it's a special case because first of all, they had something called African swine flu during 2019-2020. The staple meat in China is pork. They have very large herds of pigs, which are bred for the food market. And because of the African swine flu, large numbers of pigs had to be slaughtered. And that food couldn't, that never reached the restaurants or the shopping areas. So as a result, food prices rose very strongly in China over that period. And food makes up roughly 30% of the overall consumer price index in China. So the purple line, that magenta purplish line, rose very sharply. And the overall CPI also rose quite sharply during that period. But actually, that's a relative price increase. Here, in the Chinese case, because we don't have a sort of full breakdown, goods includes food. And then service prices were more subdued, which is different, right, from what we had in other countries. But then look what's happened recently. Service prices have risen, but goods prices have fallen. The goods prices are actually reflecting the unwind of that big spike in prices in 2019-20. So that's reversing. And now we're seeing goods prices falling. But this is temporary, but it just shows you that relative price movements can be different according to different countries. But what I want to draw your attention to is the overall all item number, which in October was up only 1.5%. Nobody would say that China is having a serious episode of inflation. So what is the difference between Japan and China on the one hand, which both have had supply chain disruptions, but neither of them have inflation? What is the difference between them and what's happened in these Western countries? Now, before I answer that question, what I want to do is to take you through 6 episodes from monetary history. Now, these concern the 2 oil crises in the 1970s for Japan, the UK, and the Eurozone. We start with Japan because Japan tells you everything you need to know. So first of all, you probably all remember from your study that the Bretton Woods system of fixed exchange rates was terminated by President Nixon closing the gold window in August 1971. Japan was a big exporting country at that time, and it was very nervous about what would happen if the yen appreciated. So what did the authorities do? They eased monetary conditions. And as you can see here, money growth on the right-hand axis went on the left-hand side from about 16% rate of growth, surged to 25% and remained there for about 2 years before slowing down sharply. So this is 1971, 1972, and then 1973. It was October of 1973 that OPEC raised, or they curtailed oil output. And as a result, Japanese import prices shot up on the left-hand axis by 70%. Producer prices increased by about 35%, and consumer prices increased by a horrific 25% at the peak. Now, I've got very strong memories of this because I was a student in China at the time, not China, I was a student in Japan at the time, and I was on a Japanese government scholarship. I was being given as a stipend 36,000 yen per month, which at the exchange rate of the time translated into about $130, $140 per month. So I had a pretty tight budget. And for some days I was living on a bowl of rice if I didn't have resources of my own. Basically, as you can see, prices rose dramatically. What was it? Was it OPEC that pushed the prices up? No, it was not. It was that huge increase in money growth in the 2 years preceding the first oil crisis, which drove up prices. The gap or the time lag between that peak in money growth and the peak in domestic inflation was exactly 2 years, precisely what Milton Friedman and others, Anna Schwartz and others, found in their empirical studies across many countries, across many eras. So that 2-year time lag played out perfectly. It happened that OPEC took advantage of strong demand globally to curtail the output of oil, and that pushed prices up. So they rode that advantage very well, very successfully. But it was not what you hear from the popular narrative, which is that the oil price increases caused the inflation of 1973-74. Now, Japan learned from this example, and in 1974, July 1974, the Bank of Japan made an announcement that henceforth they would control the rate of growth of money. And so they did, not on a sort of month by month, week by week, day by day basis, but in a general way and gradually bring it down. And you can see the money growth rate, starting on the left-hand side of the chart in 1976, gradually came down from about 20%, gradually down towards about 10%. And of course, that was going to have an impact. OPEC raised prices again in 1979, and Japanese import prices this time again rose by about 70%. Japan was importing all its oil and gas, all its fuel needs. Producer prices rose somewhat less. They're a wider index because they include all kinds of other things as well. They only rose by about 20%. And then consumer prices only rose by 8%. Now, 8% might sound like a high number to you today, but in those days, Japan had, under Bretton Woods, had frequently had price increases of 5, 6, 7% under something called the Balassa-Samuelson terms because of the rapid growth of productivity in Japan relative to the US. And so there were divergences in the non-traded goods prices. In any case, that is a remarkable achievement. So Japan really learned from the first oil crisis. If you control money, you don't control relative prices, but you can control the overall price level. And that's exactly what Japan did. Now, let's have a look at the experience. So this is the summary. There are the two episodes. On the left, the first episode and CPI going up to 25%. The second oil crisis, only 8.6% of the peak. That, I think, is a brilliant lesson in monetary economics. Now, what about the UK? Did they learn from the first oil crisis? Sadly not. Just like Japan, you can see ahead of the first oil crisis, UK had huge increases in money growth, over 20% for 2 years. And then not surprisingly, as a result of that, the retail price index, as it was then, we didn't have the CPI, increased at the peak on the left-hand scale by over 20%. I don't know, Tim, if you remember the precise. Yeah, okay. Okay, so that's the UK case in first oil crisis, second oil crisis. They didn't control money, and as a result, basically the increase in prices was replicated. And it's the same case for the US. Here you see on the left, US huge increase in money before the first oil crisis, and a huge increase after the first oil crisis, which incidentally didn't show up in the CPI, this time not for 2 years, but for 3 years. So the lags are variable. So now then, we were asked to talk about inflation in a whole range of countries. So this is the key table. Across the top, we've chosen a number of countries: the US, Israel, UK, Australia, Eurozone, Canada, New Zealand, Japan, Switzerland, and China. And we've chosen the appropriate broad money aggregate to follow. We've used standard numbers that are available to all of you. For some countries, it's better to construct your own, but for these purposes, this is perfectly adequate. Line 3 gives you the cumulative increase in money growth from February 2020, from the onset of the pandemic, to September 2021. That is the latest data that was available when we compiled this. Now, once you have that big increase, when you have those increases in money, some of that has to go to finance real GDP growth, the next line, and some of it goes to finance higher money balances in the next row. If you assume that we are pretty much 2 years from the onset of the pandemic, and you take those two lines, that's line 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and you take 2 years of each of those and deduct those, you get the fifth line. So for the US, the cumulative money growth was 36.4. We deduct 4.8 for financing real GDP growth, the trend of GDP growth, and we deduct 3.4 for the increase in money balances. And then that gives us 8.2 percentage points in total. So that leaves us with 28.2. That is a point estimate of the amount of excess money in the US. And you can do the same. Israel has had very rapid money growth, and then the UK. So on the left-hand side, US, Israel, and UK are going to have relatively high inflation, or if you like, it's a sort of single event, an episode of inflation lifting the price level by roughly these amounts at the moment. Of course, we don't know what money growth is going to be in the future. The group in the middle, Australia, the Eurozone, Canada, more modest increases in excess money, and therefore more modest increases in the overall price level and inflation. And then the ones on the right, New Zealand, Japan, Switzerland, and China, hardly any excess money and therefore very low inflation. So that's kind of the content of our paper. I don't want to go on too long, but basically the story is that where money growth has been excessive, inflation is going to be a problem. Where it has not been excessive, inflation is not going to be a problem. Curiously, in the US, they don't accept this. And so I'll read this brief summary for you. The result is, because the US and other countries don't follow money, the result is a bizarre situation in which money growth is studied and followed in many developed economies and almost every emerging economy as a guide to future nominal income growth. But it is ignored or assumed to be irrelevant in the United States. Aside from being utterly unscientific, this attitude is comparable to maintaining that the law of gravity applies everywhere in the world except in the United States. I mean, it's just bizarre. However, experience is the best teacher. However much we argue they need to look at money, I don't think they'll pay any attention. Experience is the best teacher. Just as it was not academic theorizing, but real world experience of simultaneously high inflation and high unemployment in the 1970s that was needed to expose the shortcomings of the Phillips curve relationship, maybe we can dare to hope that the persistent inflation, not transitory, which is likely to prevail in the US in 2022 and 2023 as a result of the egregious growth of broad money in 2021, 2020 and 2021, will finally start to undermine at least some of the complacent assumptions of neo-Keynesian economics, and possibly even restore some credibility to the monetary theory of nominal national income determination. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. So my name is Paul Mizzen. I'm a Professor of Monetary Economics at Nottingham and Chairman of the MMF. And I was kindly asked by the organisers to chair this session. Tim was obviously so keen to start that he jumped straight to John without the introductions, but I can understand why. That was a really interesting paper. And John, I apologise. I had a glowing biography of your professional career, but unfortunately we'll have to skip that today. So let me introduce the next speaker. The next speaker is Kent Matthews. He's going to talk about, is inflation caused by deteriorating inflation expectations or excessive monetary growth? And that paper is written with Kian Hao Ong. So Kent is well known to us. He began his academic career on the Liverpool Macro Research Group and helped to develop the first rational expectations model for the UK economy. He was also the principal forecaster for 10 years before he moved to Cardiff Business School. And it seems he's oscillated between Liverpool and Cardiff throughout his career. He returned to Liverpool to take a chair in banking and finance at John Moores University, then returned to Cardiff to become the Sir Julian Hodge Professor of Banking and Finance. Kian Hao Ong is his co-author, and he was a student at the University of Nottingham, where he gained his PhD. And he spent time at the University of Melbourne and various campuses of Nottingham University. So Kent, you've got about 25 minutes for your paper.
Okay, thank you very much, Paul. Thank you for that introduction. I'm now want to share my screen. So let's see. Okay, can everyone see that?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much, Paul, and thank you for the organisers for inviting me to give a talk here at this conference. And thank you to Gail for organising the proceedings. Now, unlike the talk that John gave earlier and the talk that Tim's going to give with Juan following me, which the title of their talks starts with on, the monetary growth and inflation, or on the 2021 surge in the amount of money and return of inflation, which, starting off with the word on, gives them a great deal of latitude on what they discuss. Whereas Tim Congdon gave me a very clear and explicit question to answer. Is inflation caused by deteriorating inflation expectations or excessive monetary growth? Now, that seems to be a very clear question, and I'm going to try and address that question. So what's behind this question? Well, I have to take you back to a longer and older debate, which is about the debate between the monetarists and Keynesians, which started in the 1960s, which started with the work of Friedman and Meiselman and the work of the St. Louis Fed, Anderson and Jordan. And this was all about the debate about whether you should model the transmission mechanism through a structural method of modeling the economy, a structural form, or a reduced form, which just simply looks at the exogenous variables and whether that drives the key endogenous variables. Now, Friedman and St. Louis Fed and others who had a monetarist persuasion argued that really, actually, the way money affects the economy is too complicated to try and model in any kind of structure. And what they said was that the kind of analogy they gave was the sluice gate analogy of the farmer that would open the sluice gate to allow water to enter into the farmer's field, to irrigate the field. Now, the way the water comes in, it comes in through all different ways. and it may not come in through the same way each time you open the sluice gate. And so it's very difficult to model that. And in fact, it's much better to model it as a reduced form, where you know that water is the equivalent of that is in the economy is the money supply. As that comes in, that goes through all the different channels, which you can't model. But what you do know is that in equilibrium, water has found its own natural level. And that is when the money supply affects nominal GDP. And in the long run, you know, there is a relationship between these two. Okay, so now what underlying behind that also is this kind of notion that the real economy will tend to some equilibrium, and ultimately when money feeds through into nominal income, ultimately that affects inflation. And that's what underlies the old classical view of the neutrality of money. Now, since the acceptance of inflation targets by central banks, the reasoning has been that if you can influence expectations, you can cut through all this channels that way money affects the economy. You cut through that by affecting the variable that directly impinges on inflation, and that is inflation expectations. And somehow, if you work on that, you can anchor inflation expectations through a credible monetary policy, and that then determines inflation. So where does this expectations come from? Is it's like a magic? And actually, I came across this quotation from a paper by Jeremy Rudd that's quite recent, which tells us that somehow, you know, if expectations is some sort of magic, you know, those of us who don't believe in magic, as John Hicks here says in this quote, we want to know how it got in, all right, into the box. Well, we know that expectations must matter, but the question is, where do they come from, and how is it measured? Well, there are three interrelated questions that relate to the topic of my talk. First, what kind of theory underpins inflation determination? Second, what kind of theory determines expectations of inflation? And third, what is meant by excessive monetary growth? Now, in the last talk, John Greenwood gave some assumptions of what he thought was excessive monetary growth, but really we can actually appeal to Patinkin's early work on the real balance effect, which gives a rigorous formulation of what we mean by excessive monetary growth. And that comes out as there's an equilibrium demand for money, an equilibrium where if there's an excess amount of money, that's excess to that equilibrium, people get rid of that money by spending. They pass it on to others, and that has this passing on to others means that other people have more money than they want to hold, and they pass it on to others, and so on. And ultimately, that affects the economy as this money keeps getting passed around. So here's a possible channel. And I hasten to add that Friedman didn't provide this channel. I mean, because Friedman originally said that the channels are too difficult to actually model, but here's one that many monetarists would accept. We start on the left-hand side with a disequilibrium between the supply and demand of money, and this disequilibrium affects financial markets, because if there's an excess amount of money, this works into financial markets as people buy assets. That's very Friedmanite. They can go into the goods market through expenditure. That's very much the real balance effect. I can buy real estate. And all these things then feed into money GDP. And ultimately, money GDP is split between inflation and real output by the missing link, which is Friedman told us in his presidential address, is the expectations augmented Phillips curve. Now, in the long run, real output is supposed to tend towards some equilibrium. And for those of us, those of you who attended Lord King's lecture, the IIMR annual lecture a week ago. He said this was a questionable assumption. However, it's an assumption that the classicals held for a long time, that real output tends to some equilibrium. Therefore, then all of money, monetary excess money feeds ultimately into inflation. So that's a possible channel. And I'm not suggesting that's the only channel, but this is something that we can work with. Okay, now let's turn to expectations. Here I've explained, I've drawn a diagram here of expectations on the vertical axis. We have exogenous expectations, which you can think of as sort of Keynesian or animal spirits. And on the horizontal, we have endogenous expectations, which could be rational expectations of Lucas. And in between, we have the sort of models of expectations that people have used in the literature. There's inelastic expectations, which is expectations that tend, it's mean reverting, that tends to some kind of long run view of the world, or an expectation that always has been around. So there's a tendency to go back to it. There's adaptive expectations, which of course we're all familiar with, which is an error learning type of mechanism based on past outcomes. And then we can have Bayesian expectations, which is a sort of a rational learning, which takes a little bit about adaptive expectations, but takes in new information other than just past behavior. And then we have rational expectations, which takes in all the available information. Now, what do these expectations do? As we move from top to the bottom here, it introduces extra dynamics into the system. Okay, so the adaptive expectations introduce extra lags and extra dynamics. The Bayesian expectations are a little bit of forward-looking and a little bit of backward-looking. That also introduces some more lags and dynamics, but also because it's forward-looking, it enhances the effect of monetary policy. Okay, so that monetary shocks then, instead of working its way through the system through a long process, can have a much more immediate effect. So it accelerates, it has an acceleration effect. And ultimately with rational expectations, of course, the acceleration effect depends very much on whether the monetary shocks are expected or unexpected. Okay, so let's go back to our possible transmission mechanism here. Inflation expectations here then enter into all the behavioral functions that underlie all these boxes. Now, the demand for money and the financial markets, how it affects financial markets, the demand for financial assets, demand for goods markets, the demand for goods, demand for real estate. And so inflation expectations works through all of them. And so you can understand why central banks think, well, we don't really need to know about all this bit, about all the transmission mechanism. All we need to do is work on inflation expectations through a credible strategy, and then that will work directly into inflation. Okay, so now let's turn to the monetarist perspective. And I've put out a few quotes here by Friedman, which you've already heard from John Greenwood's earlier talk. Inflation is always and everywhere a monetary phenomenon. Inflation is a steady and sustained rise in prices. Now, this also is relevant to the discussion that John Greenwood made about relative prices, because then inflation is not about productivity shocks or changes in preferences or natural disasters like pandemics. It is a sustained, a steady and sustained rise in prices. In the quantity theory restatement, Friedman also says that the income velocity of money is stable and predictable. But in his theory of nominal income, he says the relation between changes in the nominal quantity of money and changes in nominal income is almost always closer than and more dependable than changes in the quantity of money per unit of output and changes in prices. Why? Because somewhere else, Friedman says the lags are long and variable. Okay, so let's take, first of all, this relationship between the changes in the nominal quantity of money and the changes in nominal income. From his theory of nominal income, what I've done here is for the UK, I've taken a 6-quarter moving average of the annual change in nominal GDP and M4. Okay, so the red line is the 6-quarter change in M4, the 6-quarter moving average rather, change in annual change in M4, and the blue one is the same for nominal GDP. And what you can see is that, you know, there's a correspondence here. And in fact, the more you smooth it, the greater that correspondence. And of course, that's the trick that Friedman did when he was using the data, the long series of data with Anna Schwartz. He was actually smoothing out over the cycles. And when you did a smoothing of over the cycles, you got a very strong correlation. Now, this correlation is actually 0.6346. And as you smooth it out and make it an 8-quarter moving average, the correlation increases. So if we go from a 1.5-year moving average to a 2-year moving average, to a 3-year moving average, to a 4-year moving average, you know, what we're doing is we're smoothing out the cycle, which is the trick that Friedman did. And in fact, Friedman reports a correlation of 0.99, okay, in his work. So you can see by smoothing, you get a very strong correlation. But what we do know is that correlation is not causation. So to get to that, we need to turn to the data. So can the data help to resolve this issue, or rather resolve this question that Tim Congdon set me? Well, I'm using data for the UK from 1972 to 2021. And the answer, as always with empirical work, is yes and no, because, you know, yes, it answers some of the question, no, because there's always more questions that come about. But I'll give you what we have obtained so far. I use 2 measures of inflation expectations, which I get from the Bank of England online database. And this is a combination of survey data and NISA forecast for 4 quarters ahead for inflation expectations. So I call that short-run inflation expectations. And then I also get the implied market inflation expectations from 5-year index-linked yields from 1995. And thanks to John Greenwood for getting this data for me. But to go backwards, I've assumed a fixed real rate of 3.5 for the previous quarters and then backed it out. So now this is sort of a synthetic inflation expectations for long run inflation expectations. I use the word synthetic as another way of saying I made it up, but it looks pretty interesting, and I'll show you the chart in a moment. I also have quarterly broad money and quarterly nominal GDP. Okay, so here are the measures of inflation and inflation expectations. The black line, that's inflation. The red line is the short run 1 year ahead inflation expectations from the Bank of England data. The green line is the one that's backed out from the 5-year bond yield and also from 1995, what's implied from the real yields, equivalent real yields, the same maturity. And you can see that, you know, there's a sort of correspondence. You can see that the long run inflation expectations are not as volatile in this noisy inflation period of the 1970s and the early 1980s. And, you know, there's a correspondence for all these 3 measures for the quiet inflation period from about 1983 onwards. Okay, so where do we go from here? Well, here, as I said, we take these issues to the data, and we conduct a VAR. We estimate 2 models, and the Cholesky ordering follows very much the theory that I set out in that earlier flow chart. So following the theory, we go from M4 to inflation expectations, to nominal GDP, to inflation. And model 1 has short-run inflation expectations there for the inflation expectations data, and model 2 has the long-run inflation expectations data. We actually examined the full period from the 1970s through to the current period, and that includes the noisy inflation and the quiet inflation periods. And the results we have there are available, but we want to concentrate on the quiet inflation period, and we first of all undertake some Granger causation results. Okay, so here are the results for the Granger causation, and what I want you to concentrate on are these red numbers, which show you that these are significant and you cannot therefore reject Granger causation. What's interesting, first of all, for model 1 is that M4 is not caused by any of the other variables, but M4 here has an effect on inflation. Sorry, M4 is not caused by anything else, but in fact, you can see that it has an effect on inflation and on inflation expectations. With model 2, there's some two-way feedback from long-run inflation expectations to M4 and M4 to long-run expectations. But the story, that's a slight curiosity, which I'll leave there to think about. But I think it's easier to understand these statistics through a visual interpretation. And the visual interpretation here is that with model 1, M4 causes inflation statistically, and M4 causes inflation expectations. And then there's a inflation and inflation expectations work on each other to cause each other. And with model 2, we have M4 causes inflation, and M4 causes inflation expectations, but inflation expectations also feed back onto M4. And there doesn't appear to be any significant link between inflation and long-run inflation expectations. So the next thing we do then is we conduct some impulse response functions, and we look at model 1 and model 2 separately, and we do a shock to M4 to ask what happens to inflation and inflation expectations. Okay, so this is an IRF with a shock to M4. And what you can see here is that there is a significant, you can see these red line, dotted lines are the two standard errors from the point effects. And you can see here that this is significantly different from 0 for the effect of a shock to M4 on inflation expectations here and here and here. So there's some effect of M4 on inflation expectations. But here's the result for the effect on inflation. You can see from about the 6th quarter, all right, that's significantly different from 0. There are positive effects on inflation up to about 16th quarter. Okay, so this IRF shows that M4 drives inflation and inflation expectations. Now, what about a shock to inflation expectations? Well, you can see here there's nothing much going on, for nominal GDP, and no feedback effect onto M4. But you can see it drives inflation up to 10 quarters. This is significant, up to about 10 quarters here. Significant positive effect of inflation expectations on inflation. We can also get a picture of the longer run effects up to 20 quarters here when we look at the variance decomposition of inflation. And what we have here is the orange bar here is the 1 year ahead inflation expectations, the short run, and the blue one is M4. And you can see in the short run, inflation expectations has a strong effect on inflation, but over the medium to long run, it's the money supply, or M4, that's doing that. It dominates. IRFs from model 2 show a somewhat similar picture. And we can see here that the main thing is that inflation is being driven by M4 from the 6th quarter here. You can see from the 6th quarter to about the 16th quarter. That's a significant effect. So the lag that John Greenwood talked about, that's being shown up here in these IRFs. So we are talking about an impact effect of about, in this case, starting from about 6 quarters, and in the earlier one, starting from about, yes, the same, about 6 to 7 quarters. Okay, so again, with model 2, the variance decomposition shows the same sort of story, that in the short run, we got this orange. Long run inflation expectations has an effect, but it's very small, actually. It's very small. Most of it is M4, and over the medium to long run, M4 dominates. Okay, so what's the results and conclusion of this statistical exercise? Well, what we found is that inflation expectations has an influence on actual inflation, but inflation expectations is not independent of the money supply. Shocks to M4 drive both inflation and inflation expectations. And the variance decomposition of both models show that the variance of M4 dominates in the medium term. So to answer the question that Tim set me at the beginning of this talk, it's not an either or. All right. In conclusion, both the money supply and expectations drive inflation. In the short run, inflation expectations dominate. In the medium to long run, it's the money supply that dominates. So that's the end of my talk, and I will await your comments.
Thanks very much, Kent. So I think we're going to have the comments and questions towards the end. So let me use this as a reminder for everyone who's online that there's an opportunity to ask questions using the Q&A option in Zoom. And if you're in person, then please do prepare questions to ask from the floor after the next paper. So I'll take this opportunity now to introduce the third paper in the session, which is by Tim Congdon and Juan Castaneda. And the title of the paper is on the 2020-21 surge in the amount of money and the return of inflation and boom and bust cycles. So Tim and Juan really need no introduction, but let me remind those who perhaps might be joining from elsewhere that haven't come across Tim's career and Juan's career. So Tim began his career at first in the Times and then became an economist in the City of London in the 1970s. He advised the UK Conservative government in the 1980s and into the 1990s, serving as a member of the Treasury panel from 1992 to 1997. He was also a founding member of the research consultancy Lombard Street Research, which he left in 2005 to give more time to writing books. And he produced 4 books out of that period of research. He then set up the Institute in 2009, and until 2016, he was the director, but he handed that over to Juan and is now the chairman of the Institute. And Juan has been at the University of Buckingham since 2012, prior to which he was an academic in Spain for 14 years. He's worked with various parliaments, the European Parliament and the UK Parliament, producing reports on the euro and various other monetary issues. And he's been an honorary senior visiting fellow at the Cass Business School, now known as Bayes Business School, and was a visiting researcher at the Cato Institute. And since September 2018, he's been a member of the Institute of Economic Affairs Shadow Monetary Policy Committee. So Tim or Juan, I don't know which of you is going to present, but you've got about 25 minutes, and then we'll turn to discussion.
Okay, hello everyone, and we're running a little bit low on time, so I think what I'll do is probably, we may run up 25 minutes, I'm not sure, but we'll try and, because I think it's important to have some discussion about this rather difficult period that we're in at the moment. Okay, I also just wanted to say one of the things about the conference. One is, Paul, my apologies. I do apologize for not introducing you this morning, and I just didn't know where you were. But so that's the challenge of this hybrid conference. Also, can I just say that maybe the hybrid conference is working extremely well. I just want to thank our IT director, Ben Johannes, as well as everyone else has been thanked already. Okay, now I assume that what I do for the slides is just press this thing here. So I think what I want to do first of all is to get over to everyone just how bad the mainstream forecasts were in the spring of last year. I've got then quite a lot of discussion in the paper that we plan to set out about what's wrong with mainstream thinking, which in many ways is Keynesian thinking. And then Juan will take over with a projection of US normal GDP and implicitly an inflation forecast for the next 2 or 3 years. Now, in fact, it's really what Juan says that's the exciting bit. So I will move relatively quickly through what I have to say. Now, this is it. Okay, let's hope it works. So, sorry?
It's the other one.
It's the other one.
No, it's the other arrow. The other way.
Not that narrow.
The lower arrow.
The lower arrow.
Yeah.
Very good.
One more. There you go.
Okay, good. So, should that work? Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a chap called Olivier Blanchard. He's extremely distinguished. He was chief economist at the IIMR for 7 or 8 years, I think up to about 2013, 2014. And in May 2020, he wrote a column for something called the Vox CEPR policy portal. Is there deflation or inflation in our future? Now, this is about what, well, the announcement of the medical emergency in the USA was, I think, the middle of March, kind of 13th, 14th, 15th of March last year. There was then a dramatic developments in US monetary policy, which meant that in the following, so 4 months effectively, it's March, April, May, June of last year, US broad money rose by about 19%. Just one, that's not an annual figure, that's the increase in a 4-month period. So this statement was made while that was going on and towards its end. And it says that this column argues that it's hard to see strong demand leading to inflation. And the challenge for monetary and fiscal policy is thus likely to be to sustain demand and avoid deflation rather than the reverse. As I say there, this was after the month of April 2020, in which US broad money rose by 7% in 1 month. And then, roughly the same time, we had some remarks addressed to the Economic Club in New York, 21st of May last year. Again, on the same title, is there deflation or inflation in our future? And this is Richard Clarida, who's vice chair of the Federal Reserve. In effect, the chief economist of the Federal Reserve. There are obviously many other economists there, but the chief economist effectively. And he said the COVID-19 contagion shock will be disinflationary, not just over the next few months, but over the next few years. Notice that. And then there's a statement at the end of the meeting of the Federal Open Market Committee in June last year. The Federal Open Market Committee is the most important policy making committee in the world's most important central bank. And this is what it said. I framed it. It picks up this phrase, clearly comes from Clarida, and the forward-looking simulations from the Fed's research staff suggested that the committee would have to maintain highly accommodative financial conditions for many years, for many years to quicken significantly, meaningfully, the recovery from the current severe downturn. And just notice that phrase, for many years. We are now 18 months or so later. That's all. And US inflation has reached the 30-year peak. Now, look, I have to do this, and it's actually quite important understanding we must not, the country, all the countries have made this mistake, big countries in the last 18 months, 2 years. It mustn't happen again. It probably will happen again, but if we do our best to stop it. This is what I said, with support from Juan, in an email sent out. Some of you will receive the email on the 6th of April last year, knowing what was happening to the quantity of money. And that was the essential bit of evidence. That was all you needed. You just needed to know week by week what was happening to deposits in the US banking system. That's all you needed to know. At some point, probably mid-late 21, the coronavirus crisis will be over. Well, it isn't, but it's much milder. What will happen if the excess over normal money balance is created by public policy in 2020 and possibly early 2021? I mean, there's another point there, but the answer is that as in the aftermath of wars, because in many ways what was going on was like during and after wars, an inflationary boom in the world's leading economy has to be the central forecast. It seems to me that a major increase in inflation due to this boom is inevitable. I didn't know whether inflation would go to 5% or 10%, because actually quite a bit did depend on money growth after June 2020. I won't go into that now, but we have got 5% inflation, and as one will show, there is quite a high risk of double-digit inflation in the US in the next couple of 3 years. Now, there's obviously the major question here is, what on earth were these people, I mean, very distinguished people, top of the profession things, this is Banchada and Clarida. How were they so wrong? Now, I'm just gonna be a bit self-indulgent. I've been here before. In 1975, I went to the UK Treasury to meet the people in charge of UK forecasting to try and understand what role the money supply explosion of 1972 and 73 had played in the Treasury's macroeconomic forecasts for the Barber boom of 72 and 73. It was, to me, a shocking meeting. Essentially, the behavior of money had played no role in the Treasury forecasting in the early 70s. They knew nothing. There was no link between the behavior of money and the economy in the way the Treasury thought about the economy at that time. They've also been in a situation in the late 1980s, and again, we had an upturn in money growth in the UK. From really early 86, I got concerned about the inflation consequences. At the beginning of the first panel meeting of the Treasury panel back in early 93, I complained, why aren't you people looking at the quantity of money, trying to understand what's happened in the last 5, 6, 7 years, disastrous years? They weren't interested. These economists weren't looking at money at all. They integrated their analyses. Well, the guts of the problem, and I'm not going to spell out because we're running a bit low on time, is that, to me at any rate, this is what the guts of it, is that it does all go back to Keynes, and it does go back to general theory. And the general theory does actually contain the quantity theory of money. It does contain it. And Keynes himself knew the quantity theory perfectly well. I mean, there's some rhetoric against it, but he understood it more or less. And he would never have dreamt of looking at doing a macroeconomic conjecture or forward appraisal without looking at money. He wouldn't have dreamt of doing that. He was, but he also introduced in the general theory another model of the determination of national income, which has then become dominant in the profession. And this model simply says that national income is a multiple of autonomous spending, mainly investment, and investment depends upon the rate of interest. This is the IS function and the ISLM model. And over time, the profession, for various reasons, has found that it wants to suppress the monetary element in the general theory, and then even more important, in Samuelson's 1948 textbook, which really set the whole format, the template for macroeconomics textbooks until today, really. And we actually had a paper by a chap called David Romer in 2000, where he proposed Keynesian macroeconomics without the LM curve. Now, some people here may not know the ISLM model. The LM curve is the bit that brings money into the general theory story. It's all in Hicks's 1937 review article and so on. And what's happened in modern macro, some of it is this expectation stuff. And thank you, Kent, for your presentation. By the way, I wasn't convinced, but that still was great, Kent, that was a good start. Some of it is expectation stuff. Then you get the stuff about what really matters to the economy is the effect of changes in money on bond yields and the rate of interest, and then the effect of the rate of interest on investment, and then the multiplier story. And this has then been accompanied, in UK in particular, by a focus in particular on labor markets as where you go to get insight into inflation prospects. So what these people, Blanchard and Clarida, were doing in these catastrophic forecasts, catastrophic misjudgments, was looking at labor market and bringing in, invoking inflation expectations, saying they're fine, so therefore we don't have to worry about the inflation prospect. This after 4 months in which the US quantity of money had risen by getting on for 20%. Now, I'm going to shut up now. I haven't, in fact, really, because I'm short of time, I haven't really gone through my slides. Do I need to? I do need to go through my slides to set it up for you, Juan. So let's just quickly go through these. I'm sorry that it's a bit of a rush, but I'm just going to go through these very quickly because I want to set it up for Juan. Look, the guts of the quantity theory monetary story is that equilibrium national income is equal to the quantity of money multiplied by equilibrium velocity. Equilibrium velocity depends upon the properties of the money demand function. I know there's lots of trouble about which aggregate's relevant. I'm sorry, I've sorted that out in my career. It's broad money, always. And I'm sorry if I was angry, but I'm very angry. People haven't understood what I've been saying. And what Juan will do is bring you the message for US nominal GDP in the next 2 or 3 years using that framework, basically. That's all. And the standard models don't have this in there at all. They are that useless, all right? Basically, as Mervyn King said last week, they kind of get by when there are no shocks. When there are monetary shocks, they're just useless, totally useless. Okay, I'm just going to run through this. I'm sorry about this, but we're a bit low on time. So this is really what Juan, and can also just thank here Jose Luis Dendejas, who has got far more econometrics than I've got and enables us to sort out the stationarity of the changes in velocity that so that they're coming along in a second. And then let's run through all this. I'm sorry, I haven't got any detail. Okay, Juan, okay.
Well, thank you very much, Tim, and thank you, Paul, for your very kind introduction. It's a pleasure to be here with everyone here in the room, with such an excellent panel of experts, with Professor Ken Matthews, John Greenwood, and indeed my colleagues, Jose Luis Dendejas from the University Francisco de Vitoria in Madrid, and indeed the chairman of the institute in Condon, my colleague. So I will continue with the second part of the presentation, which is very much about what Tim said already, which is a projection of what inflation will very likely be, in our opinion, in the next couple of years in the US. We are going to use the framework that Tim has already put to you, which is the use of the quantity theory of money in order to extrapolate what's likely going to happen with inflation based on two major ingredients, if you like. One is money velocity, how much the demand for money is going to change and whether it's going to return. That's our hypothesis to the pre-crisis levels in the next couple of years, and how much money is going to be created in the next couple of years by the US Federal Reserve and also the banking sector in the US. So in order to run these projections, we need two pieces of information. One is an estimate of the equilibrium of income velocity in the US from now until mid-2023. And the other one is what's the expected path of money growth, in particular broad money growth in the US for the next 2 years. Here you have a chart with the V in the quantity equation for money velocity in the US for a very large period of time, 100 years, 1918 to 2018. And as you can tell, it's fairly stable, but it follows a mild declining pattern since, again, the end of the First World War until 2019, until the start of the COVID-19 crisis. Here you don't have money velocity in volumes, but changes in money velocity. So the rate of change in money velocity, the annual rate of change in income velocity in the US since 1999 to 2019, right before the start of the pandemic. As you can tell, there are fluctuations in this series, particularly in the first few decades up to the 40s. It did fluctuate quite a lot at that time, and then it became much more stable. So one of the premises of an analysis that allows us to run this monetarist exercise is that the changes in money velocity are there in the data, but eventually they revert to a mean. That's crucial to the understanding of the exercise that we're doing today. So we need to make a distinction between two series. Money velocity in volumes here, as you can tell, it does decline, and I will tell you in a minute how much it does a year, and also changes in that series, annual rates of growth or decline in the series. Well, what has been the behavior of money velocity in the US in the last 100 years? Well, according to the data that we have analyzed, the mean value of money velocity in the US has declined by minus 0.8% per year in the 93 years before the pandemic. And as I will show you in the next slide, and this is an exercise that we have conducted with our colleague José Luis Tendejas, changes in money velocity are indeed stationary, which means they revert to the mean of the series. And again, that's crucial, because if we want to understand what's going to happen in the next few years, we need to make an assumption about how much or what will be the behavior of money velocity in regard after the pandemic. Will it stay that low as it was in the last few months, quarters, or will it come back towards or return completely to the pre-crisis level? According to the data that we have analyzed, let me anticipate that in our view, it will return to the pre-crisis level. If we observe trends in money velocity in the US in the 9 years before the pandemic, in the 2010s, it's very clear that it had a very stable behavior that I will show you in a minute. Here, as you can tell, in the last 10 years, 9 years before the pandemic, money velocity remained quite stagnant, quite stable. So it didn't really reduce as much as it did in the previous 90 years. In our opinion, but this is of course contentious and indeed controversial, this is because of the new legislation affecting banks in the States, much more stringent for the banking sector, that reduced the competitiveness of the banking sector in the US. But again, this is maybe something we can explore in a different talk. However, what we can see, or we have already observed in the data, is that the 2010s was a period of fairly stable macroeconomic conditions in the US, at least, characterized by very similar rates of growth in broad money, M3 in the States, and nominal GDP, and with a fairly steady rate of growth of inflation, output, and fairly low inflation. So in that sense, we can claim that it was a period of something close to what we can call monetary equilibrium. Here you have the statistical output of the test that we conducted, in particular, the stationarity test, a unit root test, if you like, the augmented Dickey-Fuller test, that we applied to the series in changes, in annual changes. This is very important. So if we don't include 2020, or either if we include 2020 or not, in both cases, we can accept the hypothesis that the series in rates of changes is stationary. So it does revert to the mean. In both cases, again, either if we include 2020 or if we don't. If we include 2020, the mean rate of growth of money velocity is around minus 1.1%. If we don't do, as I said before, is 0.8%, a secular decline of 0.8% per year. But again, in both cases, the assumption that we can make now much more consistently, because it's supported by the statistical analysis we have conducted, is that changes in money growth, as high as they can be, as low as it got in 2020, eventually it will revert to the pre-crisis level. Well, what we do, as I said before, we need to, in order to run our projections, we need to know what the rate of equilibrium of money velocity changes will be, or has been in the last few years. So what we have done is to regress the income velocity of broad money on time. And we have calculated, well, we did it in the 9 years before 2019 with quarterly data. And we came up with this regression with 1.098 as the value of the intercept and minus 0.0046, that's the value for the time term. Well, the only one that is significant, statistically significant, is the intercept. And that's why we take this value as the equilibrium, plausible equilibrium value for income velocity of broad money in the US. Well, here you have the behavior of the series in the 9 years before the start of the pandemic. So on the top chart, you have changes in income velocity of broad money in the US, M3. And obviously, if we change the axis, of course, that's the bottom chart, you can tell that it has been fairly stable. Well, now the projections. I'm going to skip 2024 just because of the time constraints. I'm more than happy to also comment on those. I'm going to concentrate on the projections that we have made on inflation from now until mid-2023. Well, we're going to assume that by that time, by mid-2023, monetary equilibrium, in the States will be restored, which means that money velocity will go back to its pre-crisis levels.
No, we actually bias it in favor of the other side by saying it's 10% lower.
That's exactly what I was going to say, Tim. Okay. It's right there on the slide. So, but in order to concede a point to the other side of the argument, we're going to assume that it doesn't return fully to this equilibrium level, but it's going to remain 10% below that equilibrium level. Just to take into consideration those arguments that state that money velocity, well, is going to remain fairly low, even few years after the pandemic. How about money growth in the next couple of years? Well, we're going to assume that for the rest of 2021, money is going to grow at the same rate that it has been growing in 2021, which is around 9%. And from the start of 2022 up to mid-2023, it's going to be cut down quite a lot, down to 4.1%. And that was exactly the average of monetary growth in the States up to mid-2019. So those are the assumptions that we made. First, at some point, the Federal Reserve will be much more conservative. It will take down money growth to much more moderate values, around 4%. And second, money velocity is not going to return fully to its pre-crisis level, but it's going to stay 10% below that level. those are the inputs that we take into consideration when calculating our inflation projections. If we take into account this information, then we reach out to the following output. The implied increase in the nominal GDP in the US between the second quarter of 2021 and the second quarter in 2023 is about 27%, 27.5%. That's quite extraordinary, but that's how extraordinary the rate of growth of money has been in the last, it's going to be, in our opinion, in the last few quarters. So that implies that the rate of growth of nominal GDP in the States in 2022 and 23 will be 13% per year. If we assume that the real rate of growth of the GDP cannot be, I would say, more than 2% per year, the rest is going to be inflation. That's why our central projection and the most likely scenario, in our opinion, from now until mid-2023, is that inflation, CPI inflation, of course, will be around a range of 5 to 10% in the next nearly 2 years, 18 months. But if it's not completely impossible that it will reach 10%, or even a little bit more than 10% in the next couple of years. But the central projection, inflation will remain around 5 to 10%. This is, I hope, Paul, that I haven't taken too much of the time of the session, and I'm more than happy to take questions from the audience. Thank you.
Thank you, Juan. So I think it's now an excellent time to turn to the audience, and let me remind the people online again that there is an opportunity to ask questions through the Q&A chat. So please do take advantage of that. But after having heard 3 very interesting papers, I'm sure there must be people who want to ask some questions. So I'm not sure how this is going to be done given the hybrid nature of this session from the floor. But if you have a question from the floor, perhaps you could indicate to the people in the room and ask it, and I will keep an eye on the Q&A.
Yeah.
So who would like to go first?
Oh, there are 2 questions here in the room already. Do you mind?
Okay, please do go ahead.
Could you please introduce yourself and ask the question?
Yeah, me first. Okay, right. Mike Howell from Cross Border Capital. Thanks for a very interesting session. There's a couple of questions I'd like to ask if I could. The first one sort of directed at Juan and John's paper, which is my takeaway from that. There's a huge implications for the dollar here. This excessive monetary growth must devalue the dollar surely by a sizable amount, right or wrong. And the other question, which is probably a more philosophical one, which maybe I'll direct to Tim, is what role does crypto play in this?
John, do you want to go for the first one? You know better.
Can I answer from here?
Oh, yeah, please.
On the question of the implications for the dollar, in the short run, market expectations tend to dominate. So expectations that the Fed will be tapering, that the Fed will be raising rates and so on, tend to keep the dollar strong. But in the longer run, higher nominal expenditures show up in the form of a deteriorating current account. And from that, I would expect over time, the dollar to lose ground against currencies like the ones in my table at the end of my presentation, which showed countries like China and Japan having much lower rates of money growth. And I think the explanation for the strength of the Chinese yuan over the past year has been that they haven't indulged in the same kind of monetary expansion. So that is an example, and I would expect ultimately that difference in price levels to show up in a weaker dollar.
You would respond to the second question.
Shall I stand up? Can you hear me at the back? Yeah, good. Crypto. Michael, I don't want to answer this in detail. I regard crypto as something happening in this cycle. It's clearly a good thing if you're in a place like Somalia or Syria to have a means of payment, because there's theft, there's the government involved in the theft, there's all sorts of, it's terrible. And also, you know, there are also money launderers and there are tax dodgers, all sorts of criminals around the world. And for them, crypto is very useful. And I can see what has happened in this cycle, because there's all this liquidity, whether you prefer liquidity chasing assets. Crypto has been a kind of alternative to gold. I regard the whole thing as balmy. And for the formal economy, for people at Bangalore and so on, crypto to me is just a nonsense. But so that's my view about crypto.
I think you had a question. I did, yes. Please. So it's Alistair Milne from Loughborough University. So some fascinating talks. I wonder if I could ask this question, which is half for John and half for Tim as well. So I was struck by the 33%, I think, increase in the money.
Can you please raise your voice?
Raise a bit of
Yeah, thank you.
I rarely get asked that. I've got a loud voice.
Sorry.
It's okay. So struck with a 33% increase in US broad money. I'm wondering to what extent that's driven by QE. And I guess it's a political economy question to Paul and Tim as well. It's that the older periods we're looking at, and so which we're very familiar with, much broad money was driven by bank lending, credit boom.
Mm-hmm.
This time it's much more driven by lending to the government via QE. And I wonder, from the political economy of that, may becomes a bit easier to actually reverse that money growth. And if Powell turns out to be strongly anti-inflationary and really reverses QE a long way, then maybe there won't be such strong growth of nominal income as your forecast. Would you figure that out?
Okay, on the first question, the answer is that, well, the question is how much of the, it's now actually 37% cumulative increase in money from the fourth quarter of 2019. I took the figures from February because I was using monthly data, but it's somewhere in that area, 35, 37%, something like that. How much of that is coming from QE and how much from other sources? And we can calculate that precisely without going into the detail, but basically 3/4 of it comes from QE, the expansion of the Fed's balance sheet, which is about, it's close to 5 trillion. And the other part of it comes from the banks, the commercial banks themselves, buying securities. When banks buy securities, they credit the account of the seller. So that's equivalent to making a loan. And the banks have been increasing their balance sheets in this way by about $1 trillion a year over the past 18 months. So that's the other 25%. There are other details, but broadly, 3/4 of it is coming directly from the Fed, 1/4 of it is coming from the banking system.
Shall I take this one and I'll show you the next one, right?
Yeah, happy.
As John has explained, the great bulk of the money explosion, I prefer actually since the middle of 2019 if US, because in fact there was a blip upwards in late 2019, but that's a detail. We are talking about numbers like 40% or so in that 2-year period, in the 2 years from mid 2019 to mid 2021. You can, as John says, you can look at the banking system balance sheet, and you can see what's causing it. And what one is the holdings of securities, but the dominant bit is the increase in the cash reserves of the US banks. I mean, we're talking about the US because that's where it's most conspicuous, most extreme. Similar developments in the UK and the Eurozone. You're absolutely right that first of all, it has been therefore driven by policy. It's been exogenous in the sense of the exogenous endogenously, plainly exogenous. As a matter of fact, lending to the private sector by the US banks, if we take the period from April, there's a big jump in April, but that April last year, take that out, basically that's been flat since end of April 2020 to today, now starting to pick up again. It's been flat. So in that sense, it was totally avoidable. You're absolutely right. If they stop it, money growth will collapse. What Juan did, that's my suggestion, by the way, but we need to read about it, was we just simply use, from the start of next year, we just use the average rate in the stable decade to end 2019. I thought it's 4.1% a year. Just to be clear about that inflation will be rising that period. Money growth is 4%. real money balances fall, what does that mean for asset prices and output? If in fact what happens is it doesn't go to 4, but it goes to 2 or 0, but don't rule it out. The Fed hasn't got a clue what it's doing. They're completely useless at the thing. They're just completely useless. Recession, big one. Is that surprising? Big boom, big bust. Catastrophic. The risk management's appalling.
More questions, please.
Yeah.
And then John. And then we come to the questions online. Paul, if you like.
So we haven't had any questions online as yet, but I wonder if I could follow up on the conversation that we've been having, the discussion. If as a result of the effects that we've been seeing, higher inflation in the US, there is a response from the Fed, would John Greenwood like to speculate on what the likely spillover effects are going to be for emerging markets and particularly Asia? I'm thinking about the fact that there's been a flow of funds towards Asia, capital flows, in a search for yield that may reverse, and whether that will affect inflation in other parts of the world in goods, services, and assets.
If you want me to speculate, yes. I'm happy to do. We basically have two scenarios. One is that the Fed essentially tapers and then sits on its hands. In other words, they take their foot off the accelerator, but they don't put their foot on the brake. In that case, as Tim says, the money growth will slow down because most of the growth of money has been coming from Fed's QE operations. And we'll go back to something like the pre-COVID rate of money growth. The basic problem for banks, and the reason that we're not seeing this strong lending growth we used to see, is that banks are now hamstrung by Basel II, Dodd-Frank, and all kinds of lending and balance sheet ratios. It's very difficult for the banks to grow their balance sheets in the way that they used to in the past. So that makes it much more difficult, which means that the monetary regime seems to have shifted to something like slow, but rather subpar growth of money and credit during, quote, normal periods. And then we get a crisis and the central bank pours money into the system, and you get this huge increase. I mean, this is a highly unsatisfactory set of arrangements for the future going forward. So anyways, that's sort of scenario number one. Scenario number two that you asked me to speculate about, if the inflation under Tim and Juan's forecast and my forecast persists through 2022 and 2023, with high single-digit inflation, somewhere between 5 and 10%, if the Fed loses patience, particularly the presidents of the regional Feds, the Federal Reserve Bank, that they will likely raise rates more rapidly than is necessary. They won't be watching the quantity of money. And it's quite possible that they would do the sort of thing they did in 1994-95, when they raised interest rates by 300 basis points in a single year. That had a devastating effect on emerging markets, real estate prices, equity prices, emerging currencies all collapsed sharply in that year. So even though the US did not have a recession in 1994-95, and that expansion continued up until 2001 to be the longest expansion in US economic history at that time, under Greenspan, basically. It's possible for the US to get through that, but the effect on emerging markets would be much more severe.
Can I say something?
Please do. Please go ahead.
So your question was...
Could you introduce yourself? Sorry, please.
Excuse me?
Could you introduce yourself?
Oh yeah, Bob Hetzel. I'm retired from the Richmond Fed. Okay. Yeah, in response to your question about capital flows, out of developed countries and what are the implications for inflation. I just make a couple points. One is that it very much depends upon the monetary policies of the countries involved. I think a very interesting case is Japan. Japan is not having the kind of inflation that we're seeing in the United States and also in Europe. And one thinks about 78, 79 with the oil price shock. Japan had moderate money growth and it didn't have inflation. So obviously inflation wasn't a supply side shock exclusively. And now people look at the Bank of Japan and they see the swelling of its asset portfolio. Well, that's mostly the Bank of Japan being involved in financial intermediation as a bank. M2 growth in Japan has remained very, very steady at a moderate pace. So money creation is moderate and you're getting moderate inflation. That's the first thing about spillover effects from the Fed. The second thing I want to mention is about the banks. It's true that the banks have been constrained by the SLR, the supplementary leverage ratio, and they've not wanted to take on deposits. They're pushing the deposits out to the institutional money funds, and then the money growth appears on their balance sheets, and that's not recorded by the Fed because the Fed no longer publishes an M3 money figure. And then the institutional money funds repo the reserves to the reverse repo the reserves to the Fed, and the Fed takes up the reserves. But my point is that what we're seeing now is that as the yield curve steepens and the Fed keeps the funds rate at the zero lower bound, the large banks are buying securities. And we are seeing an increase in the deposits of the institutional money funds. So we are getting a monetary acceleration that's not being recorded by the Fed. So.
Thank you very much for that comment.
Yeah,
we have a few more minutes. Yes,
Paul?
please.
Steve Hankey speaking.
Please do go ahead, Steve.
Let me just make one remark that the presentation that John made, the paper that we circulated, did have a point that is fundamental and important with regard to the question that's being posed, and that is you can't export inflation unless you have a fixed exchange rate between the two countries or the various countries that are involved. So that was a fundamental insight, I think, that we presented in the paper. So I think that's very important to keep in mind. China is not going to be exporting deflation. The US is not going to be exporting inflation, for example, unless you have fixed exchange rates between the countries involved. I mean, Hong Kong will have essentially the same inflation rate as the United States because they have a currency board and a fixed exchange rate with the US dollar as the anchor.
Thank you very much. That's true. Yeah, very, very good point. Certainly, there'll be a huge difference between the response of fixed exchange rate regimes and those with floating rates. I think that's been understood for the last decade or so. We have a few more minutes, and I'm really intrigued to know what Tim's views are on inflation expectations. He made a comment about Kent's paper, and I wonder whether Tim would just like to elaborate a little bit, and maybe Kent would like to come back in response. Tim, would you like to say anything?
I know Juan, I think Juan should be able to say something.
No, I was just going to suggest, Paul, would you mind if we give the audience the opportunity to ask questions? There were two here.
Okay, sure, why not? Yeah.
We come back to your question.
Yeah, sure.
So Oladapo and John.
Yeah, Oladapo, I'm a PhD student here at the University of Buckingham. So nice presentations, and I think it is very clear to see the strong relationship between broad money supply and macroeconomic variables like the GDP and inflation. And I think the relationship is just so strong to deny for central banks, to deny that relationship. And I remember there was a visit to the Bank of England. I think that was last year at the Institute, at the department. And there was a presentation at the Bank of England, and we saw that in their model, they already have put into consideration broad money supply. And I think Tim was asking then that when did you put this into your model? And it was, oh, the response was that, oh, it was a recent update of their model. So I'm thinking, what does this have to do with central bank independence? Because to me, if truly they look at broad money supply in making their decisions, I don't think they would have been, this expansionary. So would we say that central banks, especially Bank of England, to be precise, would we say they've been independent all along?
You want to take that one?
Yeah, well, yeah, sure. I mean, they've been claiming up to the end of 2020 that they wouldn't be supporting the government; they were supporting the economy. But of course, I don't have the data with me, but I think it's 90% of the newly issued bonds by the government have been purchased by the Bank of England. So by supporting the economy through QE, of course, they have been monetizing the debt of the deficit of the government massively. But now it comes to a time when there is conflict of interest, if I may say. So the bank cannot say, I don't think they can say for much longer, that if inflation is going to be transitory, it's going to be low or moderate. So now you have a conflict. It's going to be, is the Bank of England going to follow its own mandate and tackle inflation? Or is it going to keep on supporting the economy / the government?
So
that's
at what point do you?
But that's the key test to central bank independence, in my opinion. Fair enough, if we, we trust that the Bank of England didn't support the government, didn't intentionally support the government at the time, 2020, but now if they keep on doing it, that will be putting at risk its own mandate to maintain price stability. And at that point, if they don't do anything about it, if they don't take into consideration how much the excessive money growth is affecting inflation, and it will be affecting inflation in the next couple of years, that will, of course, affect its credibility and central bank independence, in my opinion. But I don't know if there is any other.
Yeah, I mean, I just say in terms of the Bank of England and broad money, there are just lots of different Bank of England officials. They have different views. They do quarrel. They may not say they quarrel, but they do quarrel. And also on monetary policy committees, I know that in the UK monetary policy committee, they had lots of debates about this subject in the 1990s. They didn't appear in the minutes. So it's a funny world, and it does depend upon who's at the top. It really does. There we are.
John, your question?
John Petnick from the Institute. A question for John. I was very interested by your comments that though the Fed, the Bank of England and the ECB seem to take no notice of money whatsoever, that you say that in quite a lot of particularly developing economies that that's not the case. I've been noting through various things I've read that one country after another seems to be raising interest rates, citing the rising inflation, not just Africa. I think the Czech Republic has raised them twice already, maybe 3 times, I can't remember. Are you in effect saying that the big three are in effect outliers when we consider the makeup of central banks worldwide in their total rejection of money in their considerations?
Yes, the major economies, so the US, the Eurozone, and the UK are lagging behind in terms of their interest rate response to the rising inflation rate. The reason I think that the emerging markets have responded so vigorously, and you're quite right, countries as far apart as Brazil, not just Czech Republic, but Hungary, Poland, across Eastern Europe, Asia, many of them have been raising interest rates. We have a panel of 21 countries, and they've raised interest rates hugely. Brazil has raised interest rates 6 times already this year. The reason I think that they are so sensitive to it is because they are affected very much by the depreciation of the exchange rates. And so as the exchange rates weaken, people have been thinking the Fed's going to raise rates, so better buy the dollar. But the currency they're selling is the EM currencies. And with the weakening of their currencies, those emerging markets fear the inflow or the pass-through of imported inflation. and therefore they're more inclined to respond by raising rates. So you're quite right. We do see a pattern of emerging countries raising rates ahead of the major countries.
Another question?
Yeah, I know Ikimalo from SOAS, University of London, and my question is pretty simple or straightforward, short. Following from what the question that John just asked with emerging markets, is there something different for commodity exporters? So the likes of Saudi Arabia, Nigeria, does this inflationary effect play out a little bit different given the way commodity prices are going?
Well, when I classify, we follow emerging markets a lot, as you might imagine, being global investors. And I do tend to, well, I do maintain a list of commodity-related emerging market economies, and I track their currencies as a composite. And then I have another set of emerging markets, countries like Mexico, or countries like Taiwan, or Korea, which are sort of borderline emerging or the Eastern European countries, which are basically manufacturing economies. And what we saw in the last cycle, that is the period from the global financial crisis until 2019, is that by and large, the commodity currencies moved with the commodities. So when we had a commodity boom, they tended to strengthen. When the commodity prices were weakened, they tended to weaken. Whereas the manufacturing emerging market economies had overall more stable exchange rates. So there definitely is a difference in behavior, but it isn't always one way. There are times when over the past year, commodity prices in general have been very strong, but the emerging market currencies have been relatively weak. So it doesn't hold all the time, but it is useful to classify the EM economies into those that are commodity driven and those that are not, because there are distinct differences in response and behavior. Thank you.
Okay, Juan, are there any more questions on the floor?
Not that I can see.
Okay. Tim, do you want to come back and say anything about inflation expectations briefly?
Well, one of the problems here is that I always go back to when I started in the City of London in October 1976, and the yield on British government debt was, I think, about consols, still around then, consolidated. That went back to the mid-18th century. The yield was almost 17%, and the price of that was about 15. So the yield was above the price. Essentially, between late 1940s and the 30-year period to the late 1970s, those investors in consoles have been around since the 18th century, and yields fluctuating between kind of 2% and 3.5%, and they've gone up to 17% in this period. What was it rational for British investors to believe in the late 1940s? Plainly, if they had bought UK government debt at that time, that had been wiped out, that had lost over 95% of their investment for the next 30 years in real terms. This idea that you can use, so would you be correct, talking say 1947, to say the yield on this piece of paper is 2.8%, whatever it was. So this is saying that there isn't an inflation problem coming up in Britain. The inflation problem was to wipe out real value of their investment by over 95%. So I hope you can understand, Ken, why I'm very suspicious of all this stuff about, whereas to me, this is really the point about the work that was done on the stationarity of the change in velocity series, the agents' money holding preferences is a much better anchor for thinking about this subject than inflation expectations. It isn't surprising in stable periods that inflation expectations do quite well. That's not surprising. Expectations are satisfied. The problem is when there's a shock. Can I just make one final point, which is some of you here will have heard of something called the Lucas critique. The Lucas critique effectively is that a lot of these forecasts are useless because once the forecasts are produced, people react to them so they can't have the effect that you might have been expected to. This is an absolutely stupid idea to have. And can I just say that the last 18 months has been a beautiful illustration of this. We had this fantastic surge in money growth in the 4 months to June 2020. Anybody believing standard monetary theory, rational expectations, Robert Lucas, the lot, would say this must lead to a big rise in inflation. Did our profession say that? No, it didn't. What a useless set of ideas.
Okay, Kent, would you like to respond at all to any of those points? You're muted, Kent.
I'm not sure if Tim was asking a question to respond to. He was making a statement. I think the thing about the Lucas critique and the Lucas approach to this is about the credibility of a particular monetary policy. And so if, for instance, it's what we've learned from the experience of the peso problem and from the insights of the unpleasant monetarist arithmetic work of Sargent and Wallace, is that you can veer your expectations from one equilibrium to another depending on what you think is going to happen in the long run. Now, for instance, with Sargent and Wallace, if you have a tight fiscal policy and a loose monetary policy, expectations are geared on what you think future monetary policy is going to be. So monetary policy can actually become tight, so it can be consistent with fiscal policy, or fiscal policy can become loose, so it can be consistent with monetary policy. And inflation expectations can jump from one to the other. So, if there's a sluggishness in expectations, it's because, according to rational expectations, there is an expectation that this money supply growth that we're seeing today is expected to be reversed. Now, that may turn out to be false, because what we know from all the rational expectations theories is that people don't always get it right. And in fact, you only get it right on average. So if there's an expectation that this money supply is going to be permanent growth, then you'll see a very rapid rise in inflation expectations and a very accelerated increase in inflation, exactly the way Tim described. So it's very much about an issue of credibility. And that's what the insights of Sargent and Wallace, rational expectations, and Lucas has given us.
Thanks very much. I'm going to have to bring the discussion to a close. I realise I'm keeping you from your lunch, and we've had a very fruitful meeting, and I'd like to just thank the speakers for very informative papers and the audience for some very thought-provoking questions and comments. So thank you very much, and I'll hand over now to the person in the conference who will tell you the arrangements for lunch.
Thank you, Paul, very much for chairing the session. Thank you very much to our panelists, to everyone, those here in campus and those connecting from home. And we're going to take a break for lunch. It's going to be upstairs, rooms 5 and 6, and we're returning at 2. I'm really sorry, Paul and Ken, we cannot send over the sandwiches, but hopefully next time we will be able to do that. Thank you very much to everyone.
Yeah, you're now live. Yeah. So you can start. Yeah, that's fine. You can start.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the second session today. I'm James Forder. I'm economics tutor at Balliol College, and I'm academic and research director of the Institute of Economic Affairs. That's nothing to do with it, however, because my role is to introduce two very distinguished speakers. First of all, we have William Allen, Bill Allen, who is a long-time Bank of England man, currently a visitor at the National Institute of Economic and Social Research, and has been a special advisor to the House of Commons Treasury Committee, and is a long-standing expert on monetary matters. And where's he gone?
Warren has gone out to fetch
Bill.
You'll have to keep talking.
I'll have to keep talking. I suppose perhaps I'm here. I once upon a time wrote about monetary matters in the guise of writing about either the European currency, European single currency, which I thought was a terrible idea, and said so quite loudly, and also central bank independence, which you may be a little more surprised to know I also thought was a terrible idea. And I wrote about that in rather more academic and less of a political way. Bill, would you like me to introduce you again, Bill? Because it's been, well, it's been done, and the floor is yours. I'm just being told off for doing the speakers in the wrong order.
Am I first?
No, I thought you were first, but they want you to be second. Michael, welcome.
Hi.
I'm sorry about that. I thought Bill was first. Michael, are you there?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, looks like a December day at North Berwick, where I spent a number of summers. Much better time for North Berwick. Welcome.
Thank you.
Michael's a senior research advisor at the Bank of England, where he's leading research. He's formulating and leading research. He developed a IFM DSG model, is interested in monetary reform, including central bank digital currencies and full reserve banking, which is, I suspect, what he's going to talk about. He's published in a whole string of leading journals, including American Economic Review, Journal of Monetary Economics, Journal of Money, Credit and Banking, etc. And taught at Stanford University. My little note here says he's a citizen of that hotbed of inflationary outbreak, Germany. So, full reserve banking. Michael, over to you.
Thank you very much. Is my screen clearly visible to everybody?
Yes, it is.
So thank you for the opportunity to present in this venue. This is a paper that was originally published as an IMF working paper back in 2012, together with Jaromir Benes. Both of us are no longer at the IMF. You will notice that my name here I have without my current affiliation, which is on the program, but I'm not listing it. This is because, to make it quite clear that this work is in no way associated with my current employer, and it's basically work that I did at the IMF, and it's research work, and it does not reflect the opinions of any of the institutions with which I am or have been associated. So to introduce the topic, the Chicago Plan was formulated in the 1930s and was a result of a profound debate about how to make the financial system safer
in the wake of the Great Depression, which is pretty much why I wrote it in the wake of the 2008-2009 crisis. And I think some of the problems in the financial system that were being addressed by that are in different forms still with us today, and who knows what the aftermath of COVID-19 holds. In the 1930s, it was supported by Irving Fisher, Henry Simons, Frank Knight, basically most or all of the leading macroeconomists of that time, after World War II by Milton Friedman, basically the founders of the Chicago School of Economics, who saw control of finance and absence of laissez-faire in finance as a precondition for laissez-faire in industry. They also had an excellent understanding of the nature of banking, on which I will about which I will talk next, because this is essential to understand what the Chicago Plan at the time was trying to reform. What the Chicago Plan proposed was the separation of the monetary and credit functions of banking, whereby deposits would have to be backed, or would actually have to be 100% reserves of public money. And credit could not be financed by the creation ex nihilo of bank deposits by banks, as it is happening today. And before I launch into this, and before any of you thinks this is an outlandish proposal, just remember that virtually all central banks in the world are nowadays discussing CBDC. And as I will mention right at the end, that's like a small cousin of the Chicago Plan. It's very significant differences, but also similarities. So understanding banks, the key function of banking is money creation, not intermediation. Banks do not intermediate pre-existing loanable funds, as you will often see in macroeconomics nowadays, because there are no pre-existing loanable funds, because banks create the funds that they need to lend at the moment they make the loan. Banks also do not accept or collect deposits from non-banks. They only collect deposits from each other, because when somebody deposits a check in a bank, that check only has value because it was drawn on an account that already has funds in it at another bank. When you consolidate the banks, this does nothing but move funds around. It doesn't create new funds. Instead, the way deposits are created is through lending, also through securities purchases, but in the numbers that is significantly less significant. This is a fact, not a theory. We don't need to validate this theory. It's simply a fact of life, as I have said in many papers, starting with Jakob and Kumhoff paper in 2015, whose title started, "Banks are not intermediaries." Banks, they are of course intermediaries, but not in the sense of intermediating loanable funds. Banks can therefore quickly start a lending boom. They can simply grow both sides of the balance sheet by creating money. They do not first have to attract deposits of existing money. And of course, that lending boom may well be justified, but it may also not be. And that's part of the point here. Reserves or cash balances impose no constraints on this process. We'll discuss that. The main constraints are banks' expected solvency and profitability, and that's very much in the eye of the beholder, being the bank, being the bank itself. This is a schematic representation of the loanable funds model at the top, where there's a saver depositing something and then the bank lending it out to somebody else. This cannot be a check deposit, as I just explained to you. So what these models essentially are about deposits of real resources in a warehouse type institution. That's not our banks. At the bottom, I have the financing through money creation model, which will also be in the model of the Chicago Plan and will be what is reformed through the Chicago Plan, where a loan of money creates a deposit of money. That deposit of money will then, of course, circulate away from the borrower, but other deposits will circulate back to the borrower. This circulation doesn't really matter in the aggregate, because the aggregate quantity of deposits will be unchanged as long as the quantity of loans is unchanged. Again, exempting securities purchases and sales from this picture. Second, the deposit multiplier is a myth. The deposit multiplier, as you all know, is that the idea that the central bank fixes narrow money aggregates first, and then they are lent and relent, so that broad monetary aggregates are a multiple thereof. Kydland and Prescott have shown that in the monetarist era even, the actual transmission worked in the opposite direction, whereby it is broad money aggregates that lead the cycle and narrow lag the cycle. Lending and credit creation comes first, and the reserves come later. Inflation targeting era, it's of course pretty obvious, because if you control the interest rate, you have to let the quantity of reserves adjust, otherwise you lose control of the interest rate. So the conclusion is that the transmission starts with loan creation that equals deposit creation, ends with reserve creation. I have a statement here from a very senior Fed official around the time where monetarism began to be debated very hotly. And banks therefore have significant control over the money creation process, and the Chicago Plan would remove this control over the money creation process, but not over the money allocation process, as I will explain. Banks would intermediate government-supplied money. Money creation would no longer be based on private debt creation. Banks no longer control the quantity of money, but they do control its velocity, which is very important to remember. So now let's turn to the advantages of the Chicago Plan that are pointed out in that paper back in 2012. I still stand by that, although I am working on an update with an updated calibration, an updated model, and the benefits. Some of the benefits are significantly larger, but that's still going to be a few months before that. Before I try to publish that. So dramatic reduction of private and public debts are the first two advantages. And the way I explain that is usually by way of a sequence of balance sheets that represent the aggregate financial system in the US, where the numbers here represent percentages of GDP. And this is not just commercial banks, but it also includes some of the shadow banking sector, etc. And I have there on the asset side various types of loans plus holdings of government securities, which are not very large because the majority are not held by the banking system. Although 20% at that time, and the calibration is based on around about 2006, 20% of GDP worth were held by the banking system. And then on the liability side, I have mostly deposits. I lump everything into one, call it deposits. And equity. Deposits could be split further, but for the purpose of this, it's not that important. Models have to be as simple as they can be in order to make the point. So Chicago Plan says to the banks, if it were implemented, all your deposits need to be backed by reserves. Because these reserves do not exist, the Treasury / central bank, leave that open, the government, the public sector can create these reserves by lending them to the bank. So the bank now also has a new liability, which I call treasury credit. This is 184% of GDP, and then it has acquired the reserves. That's the 100% reserve cover. Now, in the next slide, we're just going to rearrange this so that we have money banks at the bottom, where each deposit basically is reserves. It's like having an account at the central bank, or it is having an account at the central bank. That depends on the technical implementation. And at the top, you have what you call the credit investment, what I call the credit investment trust, which still have all these various forms of credit on the asset side, but now a huge deposit basically by the Treasury. However, that's not the end of the story. The next step would be for the Treasury to repay the government bonds either as they fall due or to repay them early, depends on the individual terms on the bonds. Credit investment trust balance sheet shrinks. The next step, and these steps are all optional, right? I outline an optional sequence of events of how this could be done. So the next step could be that part of the Treasury credit is converted into citizens' accounts. So the government's accounts becomes a citizens' accounts. And that these citizens' accounts are then used to repay short-term and mortgage loans. Again, they don't need to be repaid, but the net effect is the same, right? Because it's your net liabilities that matter. And in the model, we assume that they're repaid credit investment trusts shrink even more. Now the only loans remaining are what I call investment loans. These are loans for physical investment to firms. What could or should be the core business of banks that support a productive economy. Now the equity can shrink a little bit because there's fewer assets to support on the asset side. And then the next step is to say, even this could be further reduced. The treasury credit could be used to pay the holders, the remaining holders of government debt at market clearing prices, so that instead of holders of government debt, they would now be holders of liabilities of credit investment trust. Treasury credit could shrink to close to zero. This is to illustrate that all of this could leave behind a banking system that is very substantially private in its allocation of credit and its involvement even on the balance sheet of the government. However, the money that people use would now be basically national money reserves in the central bank. The flip side of this is the government's balance sheet. On the left side, you have the original balance sheet with bonds on the liability side. Then we issue treasury credit and reserves. Of course, they are on the respective other side of the balance sheet. When you look from the point of view of the government, treasury credit is an asset, reserves is on the liability side. But as I've shown in a recent paper with a bunch of legal co-authors, including the recent nominee for controller of the currency, Saule Omarova, and also Rosa Lastra here in London, this is not properly a debt of the consolidated government, but rather a hybrid that has more in common with equity than with debt, but it's also not equity. So basically what you have therefore done by doing this conversion is to get rid of a lot of debts in the economy and instead replace them with money on people's balance sheet. And this money is not something that can ever expected to be repaid. This is not defaultable, and there are no repayment terms on money. I can't summarize the entire legal paper here, but it's there for all of you to download. Okay, so the next advantage that we point out in the paper is large output gains due to low real interest rates, due to lower debt levels, both public and private, means lower leverage. Public and private means lower interest rates due to risk, etc., etc. Lower real interest rate for the government budget means the savings can be deployed somewhere. We assume that they're deployed by reducing taxes on saving, capital accumulation, and on working. And that removes distortion and stimulates the economy. And third, more abundant liquidity due to getting closer to the Friedman rule when you issue money publicly rather than relying entirely on the banking system with its various regulations, market power, etc., etc. So here are the simulations for the transition in real terms. These are quarters on the horizontal axis, 15 years. It takes a while because this is actually a structural change that permanently changes the level of taxes and real interest rates and liquidity as well, which is not shown here. GDP rises by 10% in the very, very long run. Real interest rate drops substantially. The labor and also capital income tax rate, which is not shown, drops substantially. Inflation can be reduced. The inflation rate can be reduced without a problem because this is not an inflationary policy, as I will explain. Fourth advantage, complete elimination of bank runs. Money is completely safe because its value no longer depends on either the quantity or the performance of private debts, because what sits on the other side of the balance sheet of the money issuer is not private debts. A run on the credit system could still happen, but the payment system would remain 100% safe, and credit problems could be dealt with separately. The payments rail could continue unaffected. Fifth, much better control of credit cycles. The money creation privilege of banks can be a major source of credit cycles, which can be good, but can also be bad. And I don't think anybody would argue that all credit cycles have been good. The credit decision can be funded 100% in-house in the bank through money creation. And if banks do this in lockstep, it doesn't mean that the bank that does it will lose a particularly large quantity of deposits or any. Furthermore, government guarantees on the liabilities of banks, which are explicit or implicit, and they are required because this guarantees the viability of the payment system. The payment system is the lifeblood of the economy, but it also means that banks and depositors pay less attention than they otherwise would to risk. Under the Chicago plan, the money creation privilege is removed. Intermediary banks must first persuade investors to make a cash deposit. This deposit needs no government guarantee of any kind because it's an investment, it is not money. And investors will therefore be more cautious and impose discipline on the banks more than they need to prior to a Chicago plan world. Both of this makes credit-driven business cycles less likely, but of course it doesn't rule them out completely because things can go wrong. Institutions can lend too much, but they can also lend too little. Okay, now there are problems with the Chicago plan, and the one that we point out in the paper is basically getting the transition right, which is very much also something that central banks are now talking about in the context of CBDC, but there are many problems that I would call non-problems. And the first two is, and sometimes the critics point them out in the same breath, is too much money or too little money. I'll start with too much money and then go to too little money. The idea behind too much money is that public money creation becomes excessive and leads to inflation. There is no reason to expect that for three reasons. One is monetary theory, two is institutional arrangements, and third is history. There's a lot in the paper about that. I really only have time here to talk about monetary theory, and that's the first one up here. Inflation is determined by the relative quantities of goods and money in private hands, the standard quantity theory, right? And under the Chicago plan, the quantity of money in private hands remains completely unchanged. What changes is the nature of money. And so there's no reason to expect inflation from that point of view. Here is a little illustration again showing the balance sheet on the left is the initial balance sheet of the banking sector. The one on the right is the eventual balance sheet, and in the middle, what happens when you first issue the reserves and the treasury credit. What is red shaded there is deposits. They are, it's a bit of rounding going on, but in the model simulations, it's essentially the same. But when you look at what deposits represent on the top left, it's various types of private credit. When you look at what they represent on the top right, it is reserves in the central bank. So basically, what we call indestructible public money replaces destructible private money, destructible either through lending contractions or defaults or what have you. Okay, so no reason from this point of view to expect inflation. Now, too little money. The idea here is small businesses will be starved of credit and money under this system. Counter argument is that this is a question of price. What does the model say? And the model is sort of trying to weigh up a lot of real world arguments and trying to quantify them. So there are implications of much lower debt levels. What are they? First, public debt goes down, public leverage goes down, risk-free rate goes down. That means cheaper borrowing. Second, private debt goes down, leverage goes down, spreads go down. That means cheaper borrowing. Third, private cheap deposits also go down because there will be a reallocation whereby banks will be funded differently, and not the credit investment trust will not be funded by cheap retail money anymore, but rather by risky investor money, risky investor deposits, or even equity. That means that lending rates will go up to the extent that investment trusts price their loans off their deposits rather than off the policy rate, which is it's an open question, and there's in the academic community, there's debate about pricing, and most people come out somewhere in the middle. But that would indicate more expensive borrowing. Our paper says that the net effect is substantially cheaper borrowing. So at least in terms of price, the average firm is less likely to have to be in debt to obtain cash. And this is very important to remember. There are two reasons for that. One reason is that some people are different. There's heterogeneity. Some need cash, some have cash. The banking system channels or intermediates between the two, and in that sense it does intermediate. But there's another reason for that, which is that's the way we create our money, and that reason would fall away under the Chicago Plan. So that means the banking system would only exist because of this heterogeneity and not because of the need to create the money supply. That would mean that the debt-based money supply could be, the debt-based credit system could be substantially smaller, and the average person would just be in less debt. Many would not even have to be in debt. Let me skip over the last point because time is running out. Maturity transformation is another criticism, and the system may be unable to offer desired maturity profiles. The counter argument is that the point is maturity, not transformation. Maturity transformation is all very well, but what we really want is maturity. If it doesn't require transformation, that's no big deal. So maturity transformation accomplishes two objectives: the desired maturity profile, short-term liquid assets for savers, long-term illiquid liabilities for borrowers, and may reduce borrowing costs. And the Chicago Plan accomplishes both of those objectives, and we argue it does better because the desired maturity profiles are available separately from credit investment trusts and money banks without any maturity transformation, and borrowing costs are lower due to the large, what we call debt to equity swap. Finally, money substitute. Can you actually control the quantity of money if money substitutes can arise in the private sector? That is something to be vigilant about. Nobody would argue with it. The economists of the 1930s didn't think that that was a problem that was impossible to overcome. I don't think so either. There are many reasonable countermeasures. One is the government only accepts public money in payment in the bond market, primary bond market, and for taxes. That makes private money less viable. Deposit insurance for private liabilities is withdrawn because they are now investment liabilities, and money per se doesn't need deposit insurance. That would make private liabilities much less suitable as money. Removing tax advantages for borrowing, introducing tax advantages for equity financing, again, shifts the playing field towards equity financing. Maturity mismatch regulations, and legal incentives to pay in public money. The last one is legal prohibition on paying in private money, but I don't think you need that. But you know, this is sort of the whole spectrum of things that you could do. So central bank digital currencies is an idea whereby sovereign money exists alongside commercial bank money, and distributed ledger technology was the key innovation that brought that up. Where you could basically make access to the central bank balance sheet by a very large number of people technically feasible. In the Chicago Plan model, the central bank money is the only money, and under CBDC, central bank money and private bank money coexist, which means even under CBDC, you get similar benefits, but they're significantly smaller. It's much less radical departure from current banking practices. But as you can clearly see from this outline, it's a close cousin of the Chicago Plan. So conclusions. What can we learn from the 1930s debate? About the nature of the financial system, what we can learn from those leading economists is that banks do have the privilege of being able to create money to fund loans. This implies that bank balance sheet can grow and shrink very rapidly in a manner that has nothing to do with saving, national account saving. It also imparts a debt bias to the entire financial system. And this makes discontinuing that privilege at least a legitimate part of the debate. It's not clear that, that we want that, but it makes it a legitimate part of the debate. And that's all I'm saying. About monetary and financial reform, the Chicago Plan calls for the end of the money creation privilege, has maximal benefits, but also requires the most radical transition. Do we have new reform options today that didn't exist in the 30s? Yes, because of new technologies which make sovereign money more practically feasible in the eyes of many. I'm just repeating what other people have said. As I said, CBDC is actually on the agenda of many central banks around the world right now. So it's fascinating to see how much this debate has moved since I first issued this paper in 2012. Thank you very much, and sorry to have run a minute over.
Thank you, Michael. Brilliant presentation of an idea that's often skated over very quickly. There's a much fuller treatment of it. Now, we'll hold off questions and discussion until after both presentations. Bill Allen is, I'm going to introduce you again, a visitor at the National Institute of Economic and Social Research, having been a long-time central banker. And now the floor is yours, and nobody will contradict me. This is your.
Well, thank you very much for inviting me to participate. It's a great pleasure to be here for the first time. Here's the plan of the talk. To begin with, I'll talk about what quantitative easing is and what the various kinds of it are, because there are several different kinds, and there's one particular kind that I'm going to talk about and reach conclusions about. Then I want to say something about the reasons for doing QE, namely to provide a monetary stimulus, to assert yield curve control, and to be a market maker of last resort. Thirdly, I'm going to talk about some of the effects of QE, for example, on the maturity structure of government debt, on public finance risk, and on the risk of fiscal dominance. Somebody referred to Sargent and Wallace this morning. That is one of the risks that I think is kind of looming. Fourthly, I'm going to talk about reversing QE, which you might call quantitative tightening, or QT. And finally, I'm going to say something about the implications for monetary policy. So I'll get on quite quickly because I've got a lot to get through. What is QE? Since the financial crisis, central banks have expanded their balance sheets. They've taken on vastly increased liabilities to commercial banks, whose reserve balances have gone up an awful lot, by buying various kinds of assets, government bonds, particularly in this country, where nearly all of the QE has been purchases of government bonds. In the United States, mortgage-backed securities as well. In the euro area, in Japan, they've also bought some privately issued securities. And in Switzerland, it's been entirely in the form of foreign securities, as Switzerland's foreign exchange reserves have gone up. All of them can be described as QE, but I intend to talk only about purchases of government bonds. And that's important because the conclusions I reach would be completely different if I were talking about purchases of different assets. So let's talk firstly about the first reason for doing QE, which is to implement an expansionary monetary policy at a time when you can't cut interest rates because you can't cut short-term interest rates because they're nearly zero already. This happened after the financial crisis, when commercial banks were effectively disabled because they couldn't get liquid assets. They needed cash to repay depositors, and they couldn't raise cash to lend. QE was regarded as a means of offsetting the effects of the squeeze. It increased base money because the bank's reserves deposits went up. It reduced bond yields because they bought lots of bonds, and it made the exchange rate weaker. but it didn't provide a direct substitute for the credit extending function of the commercial banks in itself. Nevertheless, it was used for over the ensuing dozen years as the main instrument of monetary policy. For example, in preference to the special liquidity scheme, which was also introduced at about the same time as QE. The thing about the special liquidity scheme was that it provided, it took from the banks liquid assets that didn't count as liquid assets and gave them in exchange treasury bills which did count as liquid assets. So it relieved the pressure that the liquidity regulations which had just been imposed put on them. So in that sense, the special liquidity scheme was more effective than QE, but it was terminated, in my opinion, prematurely in 2012. Secondly, yield curve control. Now, arguably, yield curve control began in 1932 when the Fed bought government securities to stimulate the US economy or to try to revive it with some degree of success. That could be regarded as a loose form of yield curve control because there was no yield target. Rigid yield curve control was used both in Britain and in the United States during the Second World War. The arrangement there was that the government decided exactly what the yield of government securities would be at each maturity and enforced it by refusing to issue securities at any other yield or any higher yield. And what that meant was that since they were fixing the price, the quantities were determined by the market. So the maturity structure of the government debt was chosen by the market and wound up as it wound up at the end of the war. Except that after the war, yield curve control continued in both countries. It continued in this country for rather a short time because it was found to be unsustainable in early 1947. But in the United States, it went on until 1951. In both countries, it contributed to a build-up of short-term liquid assets in the economy. Real interest rates were negative and inflation duly arrived, making real interest rates even more negative. More recently, yield curve control has been used in Japan in an attempt to get inflation up to the target. And it hasn't succeeded, even though the amount of government securities that the Bank of Japan has bought has been enormous. In the UK, even more recently, one reason for doing QE after the coronavirus epidemic broke out in March last year, one of the reasons that was quoted was to prevent yields from rising abruptly and maintain easy monetary conditions. And that, it seems to me, is a form of loose yield curve control. There was no explicit yield target, but nevertheless, it was an objective to get yields down, not just short-term rates, but long-term rates too. Struggling with the, oh, here we are. What happened in March 2020 was that there was an avalanche of bond sales, government bond sales in the United States and in this country, and no doubt in other countries too, which overwhelmed the capacity of the market makers, the dealers in the market, to absorb them. And the market just stopped functioning. There were no bids. You couldn't sell gilts even if you in any circumstances. And in those circumstances, in that situation, the central banks, both in the United States and in Britain, acted as a market maker of last resort. And the way they did that was to announce QE programs where they said they would buy very large amounts of bonds, and the amounts were gradually increased. But that's not really being a market maker of last resort, because market makers buy and sell, whereas the central banks so far have bought and bought and bought and bought. And in the kind of unstated background, the subtext of this was an alternative which nobody spoke about, which was that yields might go up. But that was kind of, it was even impolite even to mention it. Now, the Bank of England itself had been a market maker in last resort in government bonds for many years, from the early 1950s up to 1986. It bought and sold, but in practice, it found it impossible, or at least it didn't manage to reconcile its market-making function with its monetary policy function. So too often it found itself pegging bond yields at levels that were too low to be sustainable, and buying increasing amounts of bonds, and inflating money supply, and then making the inflation problem worse. So there were a series of kind of step upward adjustments in bond yields, and a failure to contain inflation. Now, in my opinion, central banks were right to act as a market maker of last resort in March 2020, but only so far as was needed to facilitate price adjustment. What had happened was that the volume of selling, the degree of adjustment, was so great that the price discovery mechanism took a while to work, and it was the central bank's job to help it, but not to become one side of the market for a year and a half. So I don't, as it is, I think they've done 450 billion since then. I think that it would have been sufficient to do a much smaller amount over a much smaller time, and at some point to begin selling again. Yeah. Got it. Now, the effects of quantitative easing. Got it again. The mechanics of it are that firstly, the Bank of England buys bonds from investors. By way of payment, the Bank of England credits the reserve accounts of the investors' banks. So all the clearing banks get money added to their reserve accounts. And those commercial banks then credit the investors' accounts with them. So in the first stage, the monetary base goes up. And in the second stage, broad money goes up. So after QE, the supply of bonds to the market has gone down, and both the amount of the bank's reserve balances and the money supply, broad money supply, have gone up. And reserve balances are now nearly £1 trillion, or about 43% of GDP when I last looked. The bonds that the Bank of England's bought are held in a special account, which is called the APF, or Asset Purchase Facility. And this is very important. The Treasury has issued the bank with an indemnity under which it takes financial responsibility for the APF. So the APF is really part of the Treasury, although it's nominally part of the Bank of England. And although quantitative easing operations are proposed by the Bank of England Monetary Policy Committee, they require the approval of the Treasury. And as far as I know, the approval, when asked for, has always been forthcoming. But it also means this, and it's very important. From the Treasury's point of view, QE means that there has been a reduction in fixed interest bond debt and an equal increase in short-term debt bearing interest at variable rates, so that from the interest rate point of view, the maturity of the government debt is shortened. Not only that, but there's a very heavy concentration at zero maturity, because all of the reserve balances of the commercial banks in the Bank of England bear interest at the current level of the Bank of England base rate. Now, a shorter-term government debt carries certain risks which the Treasury has become aware of. One is the effect of short-term interest rate hikes. Now, suppose inflationary pressures develop in the way that Tim was describing this morning. The MPC, the Monetary Policy Committee, is mandated to pursue an inflation target, and sooner or later it will have to hike short-term interest rates. It has no choice if it's going to pursue its mandate. If and when it does that, the interest cost of the bank's reserve balances will go up immediately, because there's all this short-term, because they bear interest at the level of short-term rates mandated by the MPC. And the cost of that to the budget is 0.4% of GDP for every 1% hike. If the MPC hadn't done QE or had already reversed it, the immediate cost would have been much less, because the reserve balances would have been smaller. But that's important, because it means that the Treasury has got a reason not to want the Bank of England to hike interest rates. Now, as I said, the MPC's got no choice under its current mandate but to hike rates. But it's possible, in fact, it's easy to identify circumstances in which interest rates hikes would cause budget problems for the Treasury and make the public finances unsustainable. And if you look at the Office of Budget Responsibility's Fiscal Risks Report from last July, you'll see the circumstances elaborated there. So there's obviously a risk that the Treasury, in desperation, might either change the mandate and inflate away the debt by having a period of negative real interest rates. Now, it's sometimes said that actually they wouldn't do that. Inflation wouldn't help the Treasury much, because firstly, there's a lot of short-term debt on which interest rates would adjust quickly. And secondly, there's a lot of index-linked debt. But of course, if you had a period of negative real short-term rates, the first reason wouldn't apply. And the second reason might just mean that the government would need more inflation to achieve the same effect on the public finances. And secondly, that they would be tempted to embrace financial repression to keep interest rates down. So all that is a bit scary. Now, let me talk a bit about reversing quantitative easing. It's a bit like a cul-de-sac in the sense that you can drive up it a certain distance. When you get to the end, you have to stop and it's hard to turn around. I think they have pretty much got to the end now, or nearly, because they are in a position now where they've bought nearly half of the gilts in issue. They've got an internal rule that they don't want to hold more than 70% of any particular issue. So there's not that far to go before they kind of get to the end of the road. But once you get to the end of the cul-de-sac, it's quite hard to turn around. As I've explained, there are good reasons for thinking that you ought to turn around and go back, because QE has created a threat to the use of short-term interest rates as a monetary policy instrument, and it would be highly desirable to remove the threat. Now, the Fed began reversing QE back in 2017, and they did it simply by not reinvesting the proceeds of maturing bonds in their portfolio. And they went on for a couple of years and they had to stop. They stopped because the level of reserve balances at the Federal Reserve banks got down to a level which caused problems in the money market. And the reason why it caused problems seemed to be that the banks, the commercial banks, preferred having balances in the Fed to having treasury securities. It's not clear whether the people who preferred holding reserve balances were the banks themselves or their regulators. But whatever the true story, it caused some disruption, and the Fed accordingly stopped reversing QE in, I think, about October 2019. Now, for the Bank of England, reversing QE simply by not reinvesting is somewhat harder because the maturity of the bonds that it holds is so long. The half-life of the Bank of England's gilt portfolio is 8 years. So if they started now, simply not reinvesting the proceeds of maturing gilts, it would take them 8 years to get rid of half of the portfolio, take a lot longer to get rid of the rest. They've actually made a statement about what their reversing, what their quantitative tightening plan is. And the 2 points are, firstly, that when the Bank of England base rate gets to 0.5%, they'll stop reinvesting. Well, it's currently 0.1%, and they've been talking for a little while about raising it. And secondly, that when the bank rate reaches 1%, that they will consider active sales. But they haven't said any more about how they'll do the active sales. So the next slide is about how you might actually go about doing QT or reversing QE. And I've talked about not reinvesting the proceeds of maturing securities. That's passive in the sense that you don't actually make a decision after the initial decision. It's simple, anybody can understand it. It's completely inflexible because the schedule is determined from now until 2071, and it's very, very slow. And that is presumably why the Bank of England has talked about active sales. What follows now is suggestions from me about how that might be done. I think it could be done in 2 stages. The first stage would be to for the Bank of England to transfer the portfolio of gilts that it's got in the APF to the Treasury or to the DMO, and to exchange it for a new portfolio of short and medium bonds that would be attractive to commercial banks. And then secondly, once it's got the new portfolio of short to medium term bonds, to do a gigantic swap with the commercial banks, where the commercial banks pay over several hundred billion of reserve balances, and in exchange take an equivalent value of short to medium bonds. That reduces the Treasury's interest rate risk somewhat, because it means that if short-term interest rates go up, the immediate hit to the budget is less. But of course, over the 2 or 3 years, it would catch up. The second stage would be that having done the swap into short and medium bonds, you would, or at least you could, gradually lengthen the maturities by a series of exchange operations, or even maybe just by concentrating new issues at the long end. There'll be any number of ways you could do it. But both stages would have to be carried out alongside the normal debt sales by the DMO, which have to go on anyway to finance the budget deficit and refinance maturing gilts. Now, there's one big possible problem in all this, and in debt management generally, which I think will become, or is in danger of becoming, a serious problem in the next few years, and that's lack of market liquidity. This was a big problem in the 1950s and 60s, and it's why the Bank of England became a market maker of last resort then. It hasn't been a problem, or at least not much of a problem, in the last 30 years or so since the Big Bang, which made the market much more liquid by bringing much more capital into the market making business. But there are signs that market makers have been devoting less capital to that activity, partly because they say it isn't very profitable, and partly because of the leverage ratio, which bears hard on people who are holding large amounts of low risk assets. Now, QE has made market making much easier, because if you're bidding for gilts at an auction, you feel much more confident about doing it if you know that in a few days' time there's going to be a Bank of England reverse auction where you can sell the gilts that you bought to the Bank of England. That's quite easy. It's much harder if you know that every DMO auction is of gilts for normal deficit financing and maturity financing purposes is going to be followed by another auction undertaken for QE purposes. In other words, instead of the QE and normal funding kind of fit together neatly, QT aggravates the problems of normal funding. And moreover, it seems likely, if Tim is right, and I think he is, that yields will be rising and not falling. So the likelihood of events like that of March 2020 seem to me to be quite high. So what are the possible solutions? Well, the first solution is the one that I mentioned, which is to actually compel the banks to swap reserve balances for short and medium bonds, which is something that was done in 1951 in circumstances that weren't that different. That would mean a shift in the composition of the bank's liquid asset portfolio, but no change in its total size. And the second, which I think will be unavoidable, is to return to last resort market making on a limited scale, again as in the 70s and 80s. And in that, the market makers would have an option to sell limited amounts of gilts back to the DMO at a fixed margin below opening prices. That would be mimicking exactly what the Bank of England did from 1971 to 1986. So to implications for monetary policy, before 1986, when the gilt market was not very liquid, monetary policy and government debt management had to be coordinated. In other words, when they were making decisions about short-term interest rates, they had to worry about what was happening in the gilt market. After 1986, the gilt market was much more liquid, and that wasn't necessary anymore. The debt management could carry on by itself because the auctions were always covered. There was a clear market price that could be identified through an efficient price discovery mechanism. And debt management could be and was transferred away from the Bank of England to the DMO, which is just part of the Treasury. I think that coordination might become necessary again for the reasons that I gave, that QT is a much tougher proposition for the infrastructure of the gilt market than QE was. There will be more government bonds, diminished capacity of the market makers, and possibly rising yields. Now, a market maker of last resort can't be a price taker. That's the whole point, because the price discovery isn't working. The price discovery mechanism isn't working. And it must have a view about yields, even if it's only a very temporary view. And that, as a matter of logic, must bear some relation to the outlook for short-term interest rates. So there has to be some coordination between monetary policy and debt management. There are obvious implications for the independence of the Bank of England as regards managing inflation, and for the independence of the Treasury regarding the sustainability of the public debt. You can't have both an independent central bank and an independent Treasury if the central bank is free to use QE. And there would need to be some kind of agreement on the demarcation between the two during the process of unwinding QE. So, is quantitative easing always wicked? Not always. It's sometimes been useful. As I said, it was quite useful in 1932, and I think it was useful in 2009 as well. In the Second World War, I think that yield curve control was better than the alternative, but you have to look quite hard at the alternative. But it's got attractive short-term effects, but it's got clearly bad long-term effects, in my opinion, and it's very hard to reverse. So I think it's dangerous. Thank you.
Oh, it might be, yes, you hang around. So.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Bill. Another fascinating presentation. We've got some time for Q&A. And first of all, in this room, anybody will ask you to identify yourself, name and institution, please.
Hi, I'm James Ferguson, Macro Strategy Partnership. I have a question for Bill. You mentioned early on in your talk about how QE expanded money supply. You didn't mention it any further. I just wonder if you think that's part of the effect you were talking about at the end. So my question in a nutshell is, do you think the expansion of money supply by QE had any effect?
Yes.
Can we come back into it?
Yeah, certainly. Yes, I do. I think it's, I mean, I largely agree with what Tim said this morning, that, I mean, the government's been borrowing a lot, financed by money creation. As a result, bank deposits have gone up a lot, and people are spending the money and prices are going up. So the answer is yes.
Okay, well, the second part of my question, which is implicit, is if that is the case, that QE had an expansionary impact on bank deposits, nominal GDP, at least, if not real, etc., what impact do you think QT would have? Because you didn't mention money supply when you came to QT.
Well, certainly money supply would go down. I mean, the way I would look at it is that the expansion created by QE would be reversed by QT. I think that the initial move that I proposed, namely swapping a chunk of the bank's reserve balances for short, medium gilts would actually not have much effect on money supply, because the banks are required under the liquidity coverage ratio to hold a certain quantity of high quality liquid assets. Reserve balances in the Bank of England count as high quality liquid assets, but so do gilts. So swapping one for the other would mean that the banks had the same amount of high quality liquid assets as before, so that the impact of that part of the operation on money supply might not be that great.
But surely a contraction of money supply, not a nominal contraction of broad money supply, is the definition of deflation. So you're talking about triggering something bigger than a recession, so a depression.
Well, I'm not. Well, I didn't mention it because I don't think it's not part of my plan.
So you're going to contract broad money supply without triggering.
Well, firstly, I don't think that the first move will contract broad money supply much, if at all. Secondly, the second part of my proposal, which is a gradual lengthening of the maturity of the debt, would take place over a long period. And so the contraction would be very gradual, and it would be happening at the same time as a lot of other things, which no doubt would be working in both directions. So that wouldn't be a major issue.
Is it the same point? Because there's another question was first.
No, it's a
different point. Let's go to the gentleman at the back.
All right, so my question has to do with quantitative easing and institutional arrangements of central banks. Should QE be seen as a monetary policy tool or a macroprudential policy tool? Because really, if it's seen as a macroprudential policy tool, it comes, like for the Bank of England, it comes under the Financial Policy Committee, which is more focused on the implications of expansionary monetary policy. So for me, I struggle to see QE as a monetary policy tool. So what do you think? Do you think it would be better to under when classified as a monetary as a macroprudential policy tool?
I think it's a good question, and I don't know that I can answer it. Certainly, the Bank of England up to 2019 regarded QE as a monetary policy tool and nothing else. But one of the motives that they quoted for using QE in March 2020 was to maintain the functioning of the gilt market, which is a financial stability objective. I think that actually what I conclude is that you can't really draw a clear demarcation between monetary policy and financial stability. And some things that you do have implications for both. Yeah.
John Greenwood. I didn't understand very much of what you were saying, I'm afraid. And in particular, there was a section where you said that the maturity of the gilt holdings of the Bank of England should be reduced by an arrangement with the Treasury.
Yeah.
And some of those gilts should be transferred to the banks in exchange for some of their reserves.
Correct.
But you can't do that.
Why not?
Because the total quantity of reserves is fixed by the amount that the Bank of England purchases. So the Bank of England has assets corresponding to those reserves. You're proposing taking some of those reserves and sort of giving the proceeds in the form of gilts to the banks to replace their reserves.
Yeah.
But reserves are never drawn by banks for that sort of purpose. And my question to you is then, what is the replacement asset you would have on the books of the central bank to replace the gilts that you've taken off its book, off its balance sheet?
Well, what would be happening would be that the asset purchase facility would be getting much smaller. In other words, the asset purchase facility
They haven't sold any assets.
Well, let me just explain. The asset purchase, if you look at the accounts, it's a pity I didn't draw a diagram, but the asset purchase facility holds the gilts that the bank has bought. Its liability is a loan from the Bank of England. So if the asset purchase facility assets are sold to the commercial banks in exchange for a reduction in the in the commercial bank's reserve balances, the Bank of England's asset, namely the loan to the asset purchase facility, falls by an equal amount. So what happens is that the balance sheet of the Bank of England gets a whole lot smaller all at one go.
But then the next phrase on that same slide was gradually increase the maturity length.
That's a separate part. That's a separate section. That's a separate operation, which happens later and over a longer period. And it's nothing to do with the Bank of England. It's entirely to do with the Treasury debt management.
See, I think that money is one thing. Credit, including government debt, is another. And you're essentially mixing those two up. So that the focus of your presentation is not really on the supply of money or money held by the public at large. Your focus is much more on the sort of reserve balances.
Yes,
like that.
yes, you're right. And the reason for that is that I think that QE has created a serious fiscal risk. And what I'm really talking about is a way of defusing the fiscal risk.
Tim, I believe Tim has a point related to this, so we're skipping the queue slide.
Banks have got the cash reserve asset yielding 0.1%, I think, right?
Yeah.
They would quite like to have 5-year paper yielding 1.5%. No. The government's worried that inflation is going to go to 5, got to pay 6. So they do a deal. I can't see a problem. And these are transactions between the central bank and the banks. They don't affect broad money. They simply help both these parties to achieve balance sheet objectives. I agree entirely with what Bill's saying.
Oh, I don't. So we'll carry on with the next question, gentlemen.
Oh, yeah, right. Mike Howell. I've got a question from Michael, if you can hear me. I
Good,
assume you
yes.
can. Which is basically about your paper, but it sort of relates, there's two parts to it, not necessarily connected, but maybe in your mind. The first thing is, if you've got a growing amount of debt in the world economy, presumably central banks have to play a bigger and bigger role. Second part, if central banks play a bigger and bigger role, does it necessitate your Chicago plan rather more?
I'm not sure I follow the first point, but let me answer how I understand your question. So there is a growing amount of debt in the world economy. Many people see that as a problem. The Chicago plan would be a very elegant way, if you like, to deal with that problem by going from a debt-based to a central bank token-based, if you will, monetary system. And of course, the central bank in that world would play a bigger and bigger role because it would be the issuer of the money supply of a much bigger share of the broad money supply than it is today. So this is how I see more and more debt in the Chicago plan being connected. Not sure that I answered your question.
I think the first point I was trying to make was that central banks play an important role increasingly in funding in the financial system, particularly since the banks have been virtually neutered since the global financial crisis. So they've taken up a much bigger role. So if you assume that may well grow in future, depending on regulation and whatever, that was really where I was getting at. So the point is that we're talking about QT, but in the next round, we're talking about QE again, presumably, and then more QE and more QE. And where does it end?
Yes, but so your question to me is this a problem or?
It's not so much a problem. Is the question is directly about if you get a bigger and bigger central bank dominating a national economy, does it necessitate something like a Chicago plan, or does it automatically fold into one? I mean, is that the way that the direction of policy would go?
It doesn't necessitate it, but a bigger and bigger share of the central bank makes a Chicago plan, or at least the issuance of more central bank money on a more sustained footing, a possibility, right? Because we had all this discussion just now about QE, and then we'll have to reverse it at some point. But of course, one other possibility, which I'm not the only one who's been talking about that, is to convert some of those reserve balances into the balances that back a CBDC issuance, which could be quite sustainable and quite long-term. So that would make the role of the central bank that has become bigger and bigger because more and more debt would make it in a way permanent, but in a way that I think both under CBDC and under the Chicago plan is not, if it's done right, it's not a bad thing.
We have a question from Brandon Davies online, which I think everybody can see. I don't need to read that out. So this is a question for Bill then.
I can't answer it in front of the microphone.
Yes, quite.
And James, you won't be able to see that, so you might just.
Oh, it does need to be read out.
Oh, does it?
Oh, right. Sorry, I thought everybody could see it. It's a moderately technical question. Given the problems bank treasurers will have with QT, as it will open them up to mark-to-market losses on their gilt portfolios, is QT really a viable proposition? Would it not make more sense to split reserves into target compensated at bank rate and excess compensated at zero or a much lower rate, reflecting the commercial bank's cost of holding excess reserves? This was Bank of England policy under Mervyn King and US Fed policy today.
As to the first part of the question, yes, certainly QT would, or the first part of QT, in other words, the swap of the bank's liquidity portfolios, yes, it would expose the banks to interest rate risk. The question is really a matter of pricing. I mean, there'll be a price at which the banks would do it. And yes, I think it is a viable proposition. Would it make more sense to split reserves into two parts, one bearing zero interest and one bearing interest at bank rate? No, I don't think it would. In fact, I think that's a very bad idea, because the bit that's compensated at zero, the bit that's uncompensated, would have to be fixed in size. Each bank would have to be compelled to maintain a certain amount of reserves compensated at zero. It wouldn't be able to draw them down. It would have to keep that amount. So because of that, they wouldn't be liquid reserves at all. They would be illiquid. And that would defeat the very purpose of including them as liquid assets. It would simply be a tax on the banks, which varied with the current level of short-term interest rates. I think that the gilt swap plan is much better.
So I'm strange message. Are there any more questions? I see no hands in the room. Any more questions online? Oh, yes, please.
Michael McCursey, question to Mike Kumhoff. Your plan, and I understand you're not talking on behalf of the Bank of England, but nevertheless, it's a clearly an area of current interest. But if the plan of sovereign money is effectively to have the banking system or central government underwriting both the deposit base and the credit creation will be as separate institutions, doesn't that just merely reverse the policy objective post the crash of taking the taxpayer away from underwriting the whole problem of bank balance sheets?
Michael, you're muted.
We can't hear you, Michael.
Yeah, sorry about that. So you're saying that or you're asking, would under the Chicago plan, the taxpayer be underwriting bank balance sheets? Am I getting that right?
Yes.
No, not really. Essentially, bank balance sheet, where there would be a public money supply, and there would be credit institutions that would in fact not be underwritten at all. They would be based on private risk assessments of those who choose to deposit funds into those institutions. The credit institutions might be, to a small extent or even to a larger extent, funded by credit from the public sector, but that's not a necessary feature of the system. So no, I think the answer, if you look at that balance sheet sequence that I showed, the answer would be no, the taxpayer would in fact then be off the hook.
Can I ask a question of Michael Kumhoff, which is, are banks in your world supposed to make a profit, and how would the profit be earned?
Yes, so of course they are. The money banks would basically be service institutions. They would live off of maybe a small interest difference, but otherwise fees. They would provide a service front end for people buying and selling stuff and public money. More interestingly, the credit institutions would be pricing their loans in order to make a profit the way they do today. Now, the parameters for that profit making are different from what they are today, in the sense that these institutions would be funded by liabilities that where the spread between the interest rate that is payable on those liabilities and the interest rate on short-term government liabilities would probably be smaller, but as I tried, so more wholesale and risky, and therefore not as cheap as checking accounts today. But at the same time, if policy rates themselves could be permanently much lower, we're obviously now in a special period, but my work suggests that policy rates could permanently be significantly lower in that world. It's not clear that overall funding costs would be higher. In fact, as I suggested, they might be lower. So yes, credit institutions would be trying to make a profit the way banks do today, but with some changes in the parameter, in the environment in which they would be operating.
Yeah, that's Tim again.
If banks are profitable and your world is so much better than the existing world, why hasn't it evolved freely? Why is it the bankers and central bankers and their customers have made choices that have led the present system rather than the system advocated by the Chicago economists in the 1930s?
Okay, that's a very political question, and I work for the Bank of England, and I'd rather not, I prefer not to talk about the present. But I can talk about the past. I can talk about what happened in the 1930s. There's a book that was published at the time that talked about the discussions that happened at that time, where in the end Glass-Steagall won out over Chicago plan, even though the majority of the economists were very much in favor of the Chicago plan, and also many senior people in government were in favor of it. But obviously, the alternative gave the banks much more room for maneuver, and they lobbied very hard against it. And that's why Glass-Steagall won out. It was clear that something had to be done. And some reform did have to come, and that was Glass-Steagall. But that was the lesser evil to the banks, who it's not just, you know, they had power. They had a lot of negotiating power, and they won. So that's in the past. I don't want to talk about the present.
So one final thing. The Chicago plan is a grotesque interference with the free market economy. And it's shocking that it came from the Chicago school.
Is that a statement, or is it just a provocation, or what is it?
And you already know that I've told you couldn't have your plan and overdraft lending. You couldn't have it.
Oh yes, you could. Oh yes. No, let me not further comment on that.
Chicago of the 1930s had free market ideas, also had anti-bigness ideas. So there's a mixture there. As it happens, I can't see any questions here or online, and it's right on tea time. So thank you, Michael. Thank you, Bill. Two brilliant presentations, penetrating questions around the room. Great session. Thank you very much, everybody.
Yes, can I just say thank you again? We are going to pause the live stream for now. We'll return back online at 4 o'clock. So for those of you that are in-house, again, we've got tea served for you upstairs. Thank you.
Bye.
All right, so we're back now. Welcome you back to the conference. We're going to start with session 3. It's not for me to do anything here because we have a very capable chairman, Roland Thomas, from the Bank of England. So I leave it to you, Roland. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Juan. Yes, welcome to the third and final session of today's conference. And thank you so much for allowing me to chair this. So this session is normally entitled Money Inflation in Central Bank Models. So given I work at a central bank on models with money and inflation in them, I'm very interested to hear what each of our speakers has to say. As someone I think mentioned in the first session, on the staff at the bank, we do have models with money in them in our suite of models that we use in the MPC forecast process. But as Tim says, different members of the MPC and different people at the bank will place different weights on those models and on how we view money relative to other indicators. So it'd be very useful to find out what everyone thinks about the models central banks have and how we use them. Now, we have 3 excellent speakers in this session. So as in earlier sessions, we will let each speaker give their paper in turn, and we'll have plenty of time for discussion and questions at the end. Although Victor, our first speaker, will unfortunately have to leave before the discussion. So if online participants have a question for Victor, could they put it in the Zoom Q&A, and then we can forward those on to Victor a bit later. So as I said, we have a great lineup of 3 speakers. And first of all, I'd like to introduce Victor Morinde, who is the AXA Professor at the School of Finance and Management at SOAS University of London, and is the founding director of its Centre for Global Finance. He was also the founding director of the African Development Institute at the African Development Bank between 2011 and 2014. And Victor has contributed extensively to the financial economics literature with over 100 papers in the areas of banking and finance, development finance, and financial markets. And Victor's paper is on how should developing countries react to the current upsurge in global money growth. So Victor, over to you. And you have about 25 minutes.
Thank you very much, Roland, for that generous introduction. Let me start by thanking Tim and Joanne for inviting me to this interesting conference of the IIMR. And also to task me to make a presentation and a paper shared in development on how developing countries should react to the current upsurge in global monetary growth. An interesting idea for central bankers especially. This is joint work with the Astina Petropoulou, who is my postdoc research fellow at SOAS. It's interesting because at the outbreak of COVID-19, central bank governors in developing countries, but also the Treasury, Finance Ministry of developing countries, were more or less trying to design packages, and they were trying to learn, as in the learning process, from what was happening in the industrial world, especially in the US and the UK, and trying to see what packages should be in place to safeguard the flow of funds among households, enterprises, and the special role that central banks would have to adopt, to cope with the potential monetary freeze. And so this workshop and this paper, are very timely. And I just going to take a very pedestrian overview of this and just give an introduction on what do we know, where are we. I also think about the economic theory and the way to generate some plausible empirical models. Roland was mentioning the way money is integrated by central bankers. So I'm not going to put forward a model, a VVAR, or any type of the models that we associate with the central banks, but I'm just going to highlight the economic and empirical foundations. I then just take an excursion on what is happening in terms of money growth and the fear of inflation in the main developing countries in Africa, and Latin America, and Asia Pacific, and then in emerging Europe, Middle East, and South Africa. And then I'm gonna pose, just try to answer the question, at least initially, on what central banks, how central banks should react. In terms of what we know, it's very clear, and having come late into the conference, it's possible that colleagues have already covered this area quite competently. Nevertheless, I can just highlight very briefly that the money supply in the US, of course, has been rising. I think the break from the past since the 1970s, whereby basically we've seen a rise of about 12% year over year in April, according to the Center for Financial Stability Division for Money for Index, including treasuries. And so this has been meant a phenomenal rise, as you can see on this chart, basically trying to track the developments in US money supply, the M2 measure, all the time, and then this big peak that appears from about the outbreak of the COVID-19 to where we are at the moment. Of course, this is also associated with the QE in the US since COVID-19, and of course, the various in the US Fed Reserve, the announcement of the amount of a QE initially by March 2020, mentioning a 700% billion increase, and then the extension later on in June, extending this program to commit more funds, QE funds. So the question here is how this monetary growth, especially in the US, just proxy of the global monetary growth. And of course, the fear that inflation, which I think almost was becoming a thing in the past before, how the new fears of inflation and how this would happen. Perhaps for us to visit the channels in which money growth and inflation normally associated with the flow, how it transmitted from OECD countries to developing countries. We know, and in some of my recent work, I'm interested in to see how shocks in the banking systems are transmitted from industrial countries to developing countries, and the channels, the transmission, channels. It's almost there is some parallel here because the channels I'm gonna explore here will include the commodity price channel and the commodity cycles, the exchange rate channel, and then of course the to do with the inflation expectations. And I highlight that very much because the inflation expectations at the global level trickle their way, somehow to the behavior of central banks and economic agents, especially companies and households in the developing world. If you take, say, theoretically tractable models and say, for example, the argument that came up, this is possibly a couple of many years back, that tried to consider what were then termed as the Caballo effect. I remember, doing a lot of work here in the late 90s in terms of trying to look for the supply side sources of inflation. Take a simple production function, take a labor market and assume clearing or even non-clearing, and then derive an aggregate supply, and then try to interact that with the balances in money supply and in the physical accommodation of that money supply. And then what we would get then is, of course, prices being formed on the supply side, which is different from prices being formed on the aggregate demand side. There are indeed aggregate demand pressures, and that can be taken into account. But here, the models will be looking at the supply side. And so these models have a story to tell, but maybe the story is different if we look into the perspective of COVID-19 money growth in the US, and of course the QE phenomena of quantitative easing in the world, which actually was not restricted to the US, UK, and so forth. But as I said, central bank governors were busy watching what's happening in the Rosary. Minister of Finance, and in the areas where I work actively, say in Africa, it was just like the outbreak where the everyday engagement with key people in terms of how to respond with terms of packages. And of course, also we can think in terms of economic theory, the way inflation expectations form, and the diffusion of these expectations across agents, both in industrial and emerging countries. The commodity price cycles is of interest, and I'm finding here to paper with the Botiano in Canada, and also is of Somalia, also in Canada, where we are trying to look at the way the credit cycles work. And we find that actually the main transmission channel is through the behavior of commercial banks or through the banking sector, whereby the foreign banks have a huge impact on the behavior of basic banks or domestic, financial systems. And so it's also plausible that actually the money growth in the national countries can actually affect the behavior of the domestic banking system, especially the big banks in Africa, the Pan-African banks, but also the nascent financial markets and the price formation process in the financial markets. Indeed, one could take, for example, this is one of the equations used in the Mohant and Cloud work at the Bank for International Settlements. I think they did capture actually specification. You can derive this. This is a kind of reduced form, but it could be derived from many other models. But what it does basically, it captures here the inflation which arises from, say, persistent. This would be inertia. We have no inertia now because we are not coming from a history of a very rapid inflation. Okay, so the inertia might be very limited or not significant at all. But then you have the output gap, and this have happened because maybe depressed production levels, the COVID-19 on production processes. And here is possibly what you would get as the important culprit in the money growth, where here this is tying down the deviations of money supply growth from the trend, from trend money, and that gives states on the domestic economy. But of course, this is a kind of domestic. These are where the central bank governors I mentioned were trying to see how they could support packages initiated, especially by governments. And I think this tie down what hypothetically I could call the main transmission channel through the exchange rate. The exchange rate pass-through exercise is done almost on a monthly basis, coordinated by the Bank for International Settlement. And many banks in developing countries participate through their June meetings, in which I've been party to. They mainly do two ways, doing the sample of the pass-through coefficient, and then they calculate the coefficients to see the departure. And the exchange rate pass-through becomes a very important phenomenon for transmitting inflationary price changes to developing countries. And of course, you have the other traditional variables, the wages, and of course, the shock variables from import prices, from food prices, and from oil prices, especially not exclusively, but oil, especially oil importing countries. And so what you have in this specification, which could be expanded, which could be extended, you could put in, say, it could account for the growth in technologies in Africa, Asia, the emergence of fintech and mobile money or other forms of money that are transmitted and do impact on the way the behavior of companies. So could be expanded to do that. We have not gone beyond the stages of the data and the modifications we can make on this. So what I will do is basically highlight what we observe so far on a background story of what has been happening across a number of developing countries. If you take, for example, the sub-Saharan African story, you see just phenomenal that pre-crisis, this like, price inflation based on CPI, pre-crisis, and then if you can extend the trade preference. But if you actually look at what happens after the outbreak of COVID-19, you see a really kind of phenomenal growth. And maybe, coming down, will come to the end of looking at the period 2019 and extrapolating to 2022. It's very different from what you get in advanced, economies. The pre-crisis level about the same, but what happens after COVID-19 is very telling in terms of the deviations across the parts of the. And I think it's been phenomenal here in sub-Saharan Africa with many countries. Zimbabwe has had a traditional, with money growth and inflation. That's it. Also, you can see quite a number of, including those of like Zambia. Basically, inflation has started to emerge even when central banks were beginning to forget about it. And in particular, the story here is if we just to link this to the theoretical foundations, we find in particular in Angola, Ethiopia, Nigeria, the large economies, there's been a strong accommodation since COVID-19, monetary and fiscal policies, but also evidence of, not evidence, just insights into possibilities of exchange rate pass-through effects. As I said, the exchange rate pass-through is, computed on a monthly basis for these economies, and also because they want to form their the import capacity of the central banks, and of course also commodity prices which have fueled the inflation pressures. And it comes in a new explanation of climate risk, and I think that it's possible that most of the models say before 2010 were not incorporating so much climate risk. But the amount of what you call the V20, I refer to another paper of mine for the UN, which came out in World Development last year, where climate risk is really an important phenomenon that shapes a monetary development. The risk is this climate risk is very important to integrate into our analysis. And then you have economies like Kenya and South Africa, where basically you have subdued demand. Of course, interesting is how have central bank governors reacted in the case of Sub-Saharan Africa. And you can see here is, taking a snapshot of some of the, countries. Here is where we have, the arrow rising, and so, for example, Seychelles, just rising their policy rate. Uganda still kept constant. Zambia rising interest in the policy rate, anticipating the inflation pressures. Sorry. And then you have, Ghana, stable, Angola, and so forth. So you see the kind of anticipating huge inflation pressure that has led to changes as a reaction. Latin America features some of these, and if we can go back to the theoretical underpinnings of this, one would relate to possibly inflation expectations, going up. And in particular in some of the countries, Costa Rica, Guatemala come to mind in the monitoring, but also the return of the common inflation management tool or monitoring tool, which was inflation targeting. The inflation targeting model had become so mainstream that I think I spent most of my time at the African Development Bank in helping many countries on inflation targeting models, mainstreaming inflation targeting models at central banks. So here in Latin America, you have a setting of inflation targets in some countries. Argentina, Bolivia haven't returned that, but you can see a setting a kind of a threshold, an upper bound, and of course a current target, and then an upper bound in anticipation of say high inflation. Mexico target 4%, but then other upper bound is 5%, and you can see even the up to Paraguay was 6%. And so this is kind of anticipating a lower bound. They're saying that the transmission of inflation and maybe monetary growth as well is not declining. It's an upward trend. And in that region, we find that basically the commodity price channel, active in this. Inflation expectations are feeding into the process. And amount of supply side inflation. These countries had a history of supply side inflation, and somehow some of it kind of persists. But thirdly, the exchange rate pass through, depreciation of the exchange rate in a special local pushing up inflation in most the response by central banks, if we can just try to decipher this from the monetary policy rate, you watch all these developments before COVID. Now, the interesting bit is around here, around this zone, where you find, a COVID outbreak, then you get October 2020, and you get complete by October 2021, just 2 months ago, it's all in an upward trend. Of higher increasing the monetary policy rate in anticipation of further inflation. The Asian Pacific, again, we monitor the same developments, especially commodity prices. We see trying to distinguish between headline inflation and core inflation. But even we find that basically what is coming back is the inflation targeting rate increasing, okay, and higher inflation targets being put in place up to about 6% inflation targets by central banks. That's a huge, a very ambitious target, especially in economies that are more or less middle income economies, which are evolving away from low income countries. And that's in terms of central bank responding. Asia, in India, it's the same, but India was monitoring some cost push inflation. In China, a supply side inflation, especially producer inflation, if we refer back to the main variables in the model that we looked at, the empirical model we looked at. And then here, I try to do a set of a number of countries, emerging Europe, Middle East. This is a group that is just put together for the purposes of this discussion. And trying to do a happiness and sunshine story, changes in CPI since the outbreak of the COVID-19 and changes in GDP since that period. And you see this unmistakable, trend, which is absolutely. Finally, in trying to hazard an answer on how central bank governors should respond, basically, there are not many degrees of freedom. We should bear in mind that the story that emerges from looking at Africa, Asia, and other countries, is that developing countries are not homogeneous of degree one. There are variations that you can see in terms of the way they accommodate not only money growth from OECD, but also inflation pressures from OECD. And therefore, the responses would vary. But we should try at least to have an anchor on, say, 3 main identifiable responses which are possible, and which we shall try to, when we do the further development of this paper in the empirical estimation, we will be trying to look at, say, the return to inflation targets as a possible venue. And indeed, some countries, as you can see from the presentation, have already embarked on this journey. The second is to watch the exchange rate dynamics, to watch what is happening, the exchange rate pass through. After all, BIS has an annual exercise in which central banks meet in Basel and compare these the deviations in the exchange rate pass through in the economies. And of course, counter-cyclical measures to dampen inflation expectations and inflation that arises from commodity price cycles around the world. We watch this space because one of the approaches we are thinking of is to take the COVID-19 as a kind of natural experiment that created perturbations from the behavior of the transmission channels, from the behavior of money supply growth in OECD and industrial countries, and also the channels through which that money growth has impacted developing countries, as well as how inflation has impacted developing countries. So we shall continue this story very soon. So we watch out in this space.
Thank you very much, Victor. That was a fascinating presentation and very useful to see what's going on in developing countries and how many central banks are facing similar challenges. Now, I understand, I think, Victor, you're going to leave us shortly, aren't you? But I think if members, people in the audience, obviously, I think should be, Victor will be only too happy, I'm sure, to answer any questions you have via email on his paper. If you are online, we have the Q&A facility, and we can store those questions and pass them on to Victor. So can I thank Victor very much for his presentation? Thank you, Victor.
I have to leave. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, and we'll now move on to the next paper. Our next speaker is Scott Sumner. Is Scott here, Gail?
Yes, he is. Yeah.
He is. Okay, so our next speaker is Scott Sumner. Scott has a PhD in economics from the University of Chicago. He then taught economics at Bentley University for 33 years. And since 2016, he has done research on monetary economics at the Mercator Center, which is affiliated with George Mason University in Virginia. And Scott's paper is called, got a great title, The Great Forgetting: Is Inflation Caused by Irresponsible Monetary Policy or Excessive Monetary Growth? Excessive money growth, I should say. So Scott, many thanks for your paper, and the floor is all yours. Like Victor, you have 25 minutes.
Okay, thank you for inviting me. Actually, I have a new name for the paper, but it's going to focus mostly on my views on monetarism and where monetarism is going. But I will talk somewhat about this issue in the title at the end of my discussion. So what I'd like to focus on first is a couple of basic issues. Why has monetarism become less popular in recent decades? Is this rejection of monetarism by much of the profession actually justified? And not surprisingly, I'll answer no. And how can monetarism be revived as a way of understanding monetary policy? So maybe we could bring up the first chart, by the way, if that's possible. Thank you. So to understand this, I think we have to start with the basic reality that monetarism is most popular when monetary growth and price correlations or inflation correlations are strong, and those tend to occur in very high inflation countries. So one way of understanding this problem is to look at the demand for base money as a share of GDP. The demand for base money becomes highly elastic as nominal interest rates or inflation approach zero. And you see countries like Switzerland, where the monetary base is 100% of GDP, and Japan, I believe it's about 140% of GDP. And this has become an increasing problem in recent years. And this has, I think, weakened the monetarist argument in the eyes of many in the profession. Conversely, when inflation is very high, there's usually a fairly strong correlation between money growth and inflation. And in that kind of environment, monetarist arguments seem much more persuasive. So let's bring up the second chart now, if we could. Thank you. So here's a chart I came up with that I think allows us to kind of visualize the time varying popularity of different monetary ideologies. So I've got three ideologies here: the monetarist, the new Keynesian, and the old Keynesian. And if you look throughout history, monetarist arguments tend to be most popular at high inflation rates, when there's a strong positive correlation between the growth in the monetary base and the rate of inflation. This includes the early 1920s in Europe. This includes the 60s and 70s in much of the world, and so on. The old Keynesian range is a period where you have rapid growth in the monetary base and almost no inflation. So some examples of that are certain periods in the early 1930s, and of course the QE programs in recent years in many developed countries. What I call the new Keynesian range is somewhere in between. It's characterized by relatively low inflation rates, but positive nominal interest rates. So what differentiates new Keynesianism from monetarism is there's not much focus on correlations between money growth rates and inflation, unlike the monetarists. But unlike the old Keynesians, there's still a belief in the efficacy of monetary policy. So the positive interest rates make it seem like monetary policy is still effective, unlike in the old Keynesian range where interest rates have fallen to zero and there's a perception that monetary policy is relatively ineffective. Now, this kind of U-shaped graph, I think, creates problems and creates confusion, because you notice there's actually two ranges over which monetary growth rates can be very high. There's the traditional monetarist situation that you see in places like, Argentina, Venezuela, Zimbabwe, et cetera, with high money growth rates and high inflation rates. And then there's cases like Japan, where there's rapid growth in the monetary base and almost no inflation. So this creates a lot of confusion as to the relationship between the money supply and the inflation rate. Okay. So there's obviously some problems here with the critique, if you will, of monetarist economics from the rest of the profession. First of all, I'm focusing here on the monetary base. And as you probably know, monetarist theories are actually based on growth rates of monetary aggregates, M1, M2, those sorts of things. And often those growth rates are much different than the monetary base, especially at zero interest rates, where you have large increases in the monetary base that are not associated with large increases, at least quite often not associated with large increases in the broader monetary aggregates. So right off the bat, you have a problem here. A second problem is that there's sort of a selective focus on the monetary base. So non-monetarists will often focus on the monetary base when they want to cast doubt about the importance of monetary policy, but ignore changes in the monetary base when it's not convenient. So let me give you an example. The various QE programs were widely viewed as highly expansionary monetary policy because they resulted in a large increase in the monetary base. And yet just a little bit earlier, in late 2007, early 2008 in the United States, monetary base growth slowed sharply. In fact, the growth rate slowed to roughly zero during a 10-month period, just as the US economy tipped into recession. And yet I think you'd be hard-pressed to find almost any non-monetarist economist who looked at that, paid attention to it, or cited the slowdown in monetary base growth as a factor tipping the economy into recession in late 2007. So it's clear that most economists don't actually view monetary base growth as an indicator of the stance of monetary policy. Therefore, to sort of suddenly start citing QE as evidence that citing QE as evidence that monetary policy is highly expansionary is a very ad hoc judgment that isn't really justified by the way we traditionally look at monetary policy. Furthermore, growth in the monetary base has become an even more unreliable policy indicator once interest on bank reserves was instituted. In the US, that occurred in 2008, although it occurred earlier in some other countries. And once you start paying interest on bank reserves, the link between monetary base growth and inflation becomes even weaker than before. By the way, I think it's important to note that many of the economists that first noticed the problem with the payment of interest on reserves in the US in October 2008 were monetarists who warned about the contractionary effect of this policy. Then another problem, of course, is the distinction between temporary and permanent monetary injections. Theory suggests that monetary injections that are expected to be temporary are not likely to be very effective in stimulating the economy or raising inflation. So for a variety of reasons, the profession has, I think, misconstrued the implication of these QE programs for the relevance of monetarist economics. And monetarism has become relatively less popular in recent decades, partly because of this mistaken judgment. Now, first, I'd like to list a few of monetarism's key ideas, and then second, focus on what I think the solution is to revive monetarism within the profession. As far as key ideas, I would list a number. One is that central banks can control the money supply and thus indirectly control the price level, nominal GDP, and other nominal aggregates. Second, monetary policy should be constrained by some sort of a policy rule. Third, monetary policy remains highly effective even when nominal interest rates are at zero. Fourth, a one-time change in the money supply is non-neutral in the short run, but roughly neutral in the long run. Fifth, interest rates are not a reliable indicator of the stance of monetary policy. Sixth, monetary policy affects the economy with a significant lag. And finally, seventh, the market economy is inherently stable if not disturbed by monetary shocks. So whereas non-monetarists tend to see the economy as unstable and monetary policy makers as rescuing the economy in some sense, monetarists focus on using monetary policy to avoid creating disturbances. Now, in my view, the biggest challenge for monetarism today is how to deal with the low interest rate environment, and which I think is going to be around for quite a long period of time. And this, I think, creates something I call the inflation versus socialism conundrum or problem for, especially for conservative economists. Conservatives are known for not liking inflation, but also not liking socialism. And the problem we have increasingly with many central banks is that as inflation falls to very low levels, the demand for base money rises very sharply, and accommodating that demand requires central banks to greatly increase the size of their balance sheets, and basically leads to central banks acquiring lots of assets. In some countries like Japan, even buying equities. So this is the central problem I think that monetarists have to address. What sort of monetary policy is workable in an environment where interest rates are permanently at an extremely low level, at least real interest rates, and how can we make sure that monetary policy remains effective in that environment? So the goals, in my view, would be, first, policy needs to be effective even at low rates so that fiscal policy is not needed, because fiscal policy is very costly, and it's also usually implemented in a relatively ineffective fashion for political reasons. Second, we'd like to avoid large central bank balance sheets. Third, we need to address the problem of policy lags. And fourth, we need a policy that provides some sort of nominal stability, that could be inflation targeting or nominal GDP targeting, while minimizing unnecessary cyclical instability. So in my view, the solution is a sort of a three-part solution to this. First, we need some sort of level targeting regime. That is, when the target deviates from the target path, we need to have a commitment to return to the previous trend line. My preference would be for nominal GDP level targeting, but if we're targeting inflation, I think it's better to target the price level rather than the rate of inflation. The purpose of this is not just to get back to the trend line, but rather to make deviations from the trend line smaller. Because if you commit to coming back to the previous trend line, then that commitment makes monetary policy more effective. So if you go into a deep downturn, interest rates fall to zero, just the commitment to return to the previous trend line effectively reduces long-term real interest rates and makes the stance of monetary policy more effective. Another option, of course, here is the payment of negative interest rate on bank reserves. My own view is we should not be paying a positive interest rate on bank reserves. I think the pre-2008 regime in the US worked much better than the regime since then. Paying interest on reserves leads to a large central bank balance sheet. However, if there is a decision to pay interest on reserves, it should be at a negative rate rather than a positive rate. Second, central banks need to commit to a whatever it takes approach to asset purchases in order to hit the target. So this is an important step, and it's also widely misunderstood. Let me just give you an example of what I think is a major misunderstanding among many economists about the what it takes to achieve a particular nominal target when interest rates are at a very low level. So sometimes people will say, in Japan, they've done a lot of QE, the balance sheet's over 100% of GDP. How much more would it take to achieve a higher inflation rate than they've currently achieved, which is only like 0 to 1% inflation in Japan in recent years? How much more would it take to achieve 5 or 10% inflation? Well, surprisingly, the answer is much less than 0. So if Japan actually were committed to a higher inflation policy, then the demand for base money in Japan would be much lower. Just a simple numerical example. Suppose the Bank of Japan committed to a policy of depreciating the yen at, say, 5% a year against the US dollar long term. So due to interest parity, a commitment to depreciate the yen at 5% a year would immediately raise interest rates in Japan 5% above interest rates in the United States. So Japan would be immediately out of the 0 rate trap. Second, at a 5% nominal interest rate in Japan, the demand for 0 interest base money would fall very, very sharply. And if you look around the world at developed countries, basically, if you have a relatively strong positive inflation rate or nominal interest rate, you tend to have very low demand for base money as a share of GDP, usually less than 10% of GDP. So what that means is if Japan were truly to shift to a higher inflation policy regime, they would be moving from the left side of that diagram in chart 2 to the right side. And suddenly the real demand for base money would fall sharply, and the Bank of Japan would actually have to reduce the monetary base sharply as it raised interest rates to avoid overshooting its target. So when people hear the term whatever it takes, they generally think in terms of, oh, central banks would be even doing far more than they've been doing in recent decades in developed countries. In fact, they would actually be doing much less. If you look at the Great Recession, one country that did almost no QE was Australia, where interest rates stayed above 0. And so even though it wasn't doing all these extraordinary QE programs, it essentially had, avoided the recession in a technical sense and had a better outcome than other countries. Nominal interest rates stayed above 0 in Australia. Third, central banks need to target the market forecast. So policy should always be set at a position where the policy goal is equal to the policy forecast. If the goal is 2% inflation, the instrument should be set at a position where the central bank is also forecasting 2% inflation. Now, I propose using market forecasts as a guide to policy, and I have something called the guardrails approach, which uses essentially nominal GDP futures contracts as guardrails. So this is the way my proposal would work. If the Fed wants 4% growth in nominal GDP, they commit to take a long position on nominal GDP futures contracts at a 3% growth rate and a short position at a 5% growth rate. So this way, anybody in the market who thought that growth was going to come in at less than 3% nominal GDP growth would take a long position on that contract. The Fed, would take a short position on that contract. The Fed would take a long position predicting that nominal GDP growth would be above 3%. So as long as they achieve their target of 4%, the Fed would make a profit on that futures contract. On the 5% contracts, people that were worried about high inflation, high nominal GDP growth would be taking a long position. The Fed would expect less than 5% nominal GDP growth. They would take a short position. And what you would have is essentially the market guiding Fed policy. If the market was all piling up on one side or the other of the market, that would be an indicator to the Fed that policy was likely to miss, and the Fed would have to adjust policy to avoid risk of large losses in the nominal GDP futures contracts. So that's what I've been proposing as a approach to essentially implement a more robust version of monetarism for the 21st century, an environment with very low nominal interest rates and less stable relationship between money and inflation. A few comments just to finish up on the current environment. There's been a lot of debate about whether inflation is a demand side phenomena, a supply side phenomena. And in my view, a lot of these discussions are not poorly or a little bit ambiguous as to what actually is being debated. Obviously, for any given growth in nominal spending, you could say that supply problems are causing the inflation. So in the United States, nominal spending has grown at just under 4% a year over the last 2 years. That's actually pretty normal. So in a sense, you could say the high inflation is due to the fact that we have a lot of supply bottlenecks, and that normal level of nominal GDP growth has led to more inflation than usual. Alternatively, if you take the inflation target of 2% as the benchmark, you could say, given the supply bottlenecks we have in the economy, monetary policy has been far too expansionary, nominal GDP growth has been far too high, and as a result of that excessive nominal GDP growth, we have high inflation. So it depends whether you're taking the bottlenecks in supply as a given or taking the nominal GDP growth as a given. And ultimately, then it's a judgment about what sort of policy is best. I don't think there's a clear answer to whether the inflation is demand side or supply side. What there are clear questions about whether the policy is desirable or not. So my own view is that until now, the policy has been relatively desirable. That is, the 4% growth in nominal GDP has been effective in restoring the economy to roughly full employment in a very short period of time at a cost of some inflation, but I think that was a cost worth paying and something we should have paid back in 2009. On the other hand, all the forecasts I've seen are that nominal GDP growth will continue going forward at a rate well above 4%. In my view, that's excessive. So whereas the rapid recovery we've seen and the rapid growth in, or the recovery in nominal spending has been very effective and desirable in my view, it seems very likely to me that in the next 12 months, nominal GDP growth will be excessive. And so if that forecast is accurate, then the inflation rate that we may get over the next 12 months will be excessive relative to what would be appropriate growth in nominal GDP of roughly 4% a year. So in that sense, if you look at it in terms of policy, what's desirable, what's not desirable, I would say that I blame mostly supply side factors for the recent inflation because I view the nominal GDP growth over the last couple of years as being desirable. I expect that the inflation will be mostly demand side going forward because I think the demand growth we're likely to get over the next 12 months will be excessive, not desirable, and therefore, if that forecast is accurate, then in fact monetary policy would be to blame for the high inflation going forward. So some temporary increases in inflation are desirable to hit other macroeconomic goals like stability and employment, but we risk overshooting that desirable adjustment in the price level with the continued growth in rapid growth in nominal GDP going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Scott. That was a fascinating presentation and lots of ideas there and food for thought. So we are going to move on to the next paper, but obviously, if you people have questions for Scott for the discussions, have a think about them now. And if you're online, obviously add them to the Zoom Q&A. And so we now move. So thank you, Scott. So now for the we move to the final paper of the day, and it's a pleasure to introduce Bob Hetzel. Bob, like Scott, received his PhD from the University of Chicago and did his thesis work under Milton Friedman. He joined the research department at the Federal Reserve Bank of Richmond in 1975, where he worked for over 40 years as senior economist and research advisor, where amongst other things, he provided advice to the bank president for his participation in the FOMC meetings. And Bob is a renowned expert on the history of the Federal Reserve and monetary policy, and has two recent books, both published by Cambridge University Press, The Monetary Policy of the Federal Reserve, A History from 2008, and The Great Recession, Market Failure or Policy Failure from 2012. He also has a third book coming soon on a new history of the monetary policy of the Federal Reserve System, and that's forthcoming in 2022, so look out for that. And the title of Bob's paper is New Keynesianism in Central Banking, Friend or Foe? So another great title. And Bob, over to you. Like Scott, you have 25 minutes.
Great. So can you all hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay, good. So first of all, I want to thank Tim and Juan for arranging this webinar. At least in the United States, the Fed pretty much dominates the narrative. And that narrative is a Keynesian narrative. And the Fed's going to restore an inclusive, low rate of unemployment, the way the labor market was before the pandemic hit. And so what's not to like? Well, maybe inflation is not to like. We really need the kind of monetarist Keynesian debate we had in the 1970s, and we're not getting it. Thank you, Tim and Juan, for doing what you can do, but we really need a lot more of these webinars. So the question is, well, if we need this debate, where are the academics? Where's the economics profession? They seem to be AWOL. Now, the big tent model in economics now is the new Keynesian model, and economists are busy estimating these models. But when you look at the results, these models just seem to hang out there in never land. It's very hard to understand what the relevance is for central banking. So my topic today, and it's a complicated topic, is how can we use models in the monetary policy process? We need them. How do we incorporate them? Now, as I said, it's a complicated subject. So I'm going to start by attempting an overview, kind of a summary. It'll be, I hope, a view of the woods, and then we'll jump into the trees. Okay. The current situation is really discouraging. The profession, the economics profession, seems to be no closer to a consensus over fundamental issues in macroeconomics than it was in the 1970s. There are two major issues in monetary economics. One issue is the instability or stability of the private economy. Are recessions an inherent characteristic of a market capitalist economy? Does the price system work poorly to keep employment at the full employment level, and the central bank needs to intervene to maintain full employment? Or alternatively, from the Keynesian view, the monetarist view is that recessions occur because of interference of the central bank with the price system, which causes destabilizing monetary emissions and absorptions. Okay, the second fundamental issue is, what's the nature of inflation? Is it a monetary or a non-monetary phenomenon? The Fed thinks it's a non-monetary phenomenon. That is, it controls inflation by controlling the amount of slack in the economy, and in terms of their models, by controlling the unemployment rate relative to a benchmark called the NAIRU. The alternative monetarist view is that the control of inflation requires procedures that provide for monetary control, not necessarily directly, but at least indirectly by focusing on some nominal magnitude, perhaps like what Scott says, nominal GDP targeting. Okay, now to address these fundamental issues in monetary economics, what's the origin of recessions and what's the nature of inflation, you really need a model. Okay, but we got a problem. The big tent models used now, the new Keynesian models, they're all based on rational expectations, and there's a reason for that. That's because rational expectations allow solving these models with forward-looking agents. But there's a problem. With rational expectations, all the agents in the model, including the central bank, understand the structure of the economy. So if the central bank understands the structure of the economy, why would it ever set off a recession? It just doesn't make any sense. So estimation of these models don't allow us to deal with theories of inflation which attribute real instability to monetary instability. And if the central banks are never the reason for instability, well, why even talk about money? It's irrelevant. And if you don't talk about money, well, then you don't have to deal with the empirical generalizations offered by Milton Friedman, which center on the behavior of money. Okay, and another issue, as long as I'm belly aching, is that the estimation of new Keynesian models are done in a way that they can never reject the model. The models, when estimated, always fit the data. That's the way they're estimated. Each sector has its own shock, and the estimation comes up with some configuration of shocks that explains the data. But then, how do you run horse races among these models and go to the policymaker and say, hey, this is the winner, this is the model you ought to use? I mean, unfortunately, we have as many models now as we have economists, maybe more, okay? So the approach I use in my books is to go back to the methodology of Friedman and Schwartz. In their methodology, they identify periods of real instability, and they look whether monetary instability was a factor in those episodes in such a way that the monetary instability arose independently of the real instability. It fell down from the sky. Okay, now with instability in money demand, and as Scott mentioned, instability in the money multiplier based on a monetary base, the benchmark I use, the quantity theory or monetary benchmark for identifying monetary instability, is whether the central bank is following a rule that provides for a nominal stable nominal anchor, and within that framework gives the price system an unfettered ability to determine real variables. Lets the price system work. Okay, so that's the forest. Let's jump into the trees, or I guess if you're, maybe you want to say weeds. Okay, so why is there a lack of consensus over the optimal monetary standard? It seems like it's a paradox. The Fed's been around since 1913. We have this enormous accumulation of monetary experience and, I would say, experiments, and yet that accumulation of experience is not transferring into an accumulation of knowledge about how central banks ought to behave. What is the optimal monetary standard? What is the monetary rule? And also the new Keynesian models, the big tent model, the sophistication is becoming ever more complicated. So why can't they give us a better understanding of the monetarist Keynesian debate in the 1970s and where we ought to come out on fundamental issues? Now, the problem is for us is that you can't dispense with these models. Models structure the debate among economists, and they also guide us to the issue of identification. In the macroeconomy, everything's correlated with everything else, and you need a model to disentangle causation from correlation. And we all know the basic problem. The policymaker responds to the behavior of the economy, and the behavior of the economy responds to the behavior of the policymaker. So the correlations we get in the data are this reduced form between the behavior of the policymaker and the agents in the economy. Okay, now, so just pure estimation in and of itself, whether it's full information, maximum likelihood estimation, or whatever, that doesn't solve the identification issue. Simply to say, hey, I'm estimating this model, and the model is the source of identification. It's sort of like a can opener explanation of we just assume identification, then go ahead and estimate the model. Okay, so obviously we'd be a lot better off if we were in the physical sciences and we could run controlled experiments, but we can't run controlled experiments, obviously. But there's a second best alternative, which we're not using much anymore, which is to identify the evolution of monetary policy over time and use that evolution as our semi-controlled experiments that useful for identifying the direction of causation. Okay, unfortunately, these semi-controlled experiments that the Fed gives us, they're not well defined. The Fed doesn't say, hey, this is going to be a clear break with policy. I'm changing the rule. Let's see how it works. You have to do a lot of work to dig that out. And economists, aren't doing that work. They got to get out of publication in a top 5 journal if they want to get tenure. And, you don't have time to become a historian in addition to becoming an econometrician. Okay, but this is an extraordinary period. Chair Powell and the FOMC is giving us a real monetary experiment, and he outlined it in his August 2020 Jackson Hole speech. Now, to understand the nature of the experiment and why it's so radical compared to the Volcker Greenspan era, you have to understand how the Fed deals with its 2 objectives of stable prices and maximum employment. The monetary standard changes in the way that the Fed gives content to this goal of maximum employment. the Keynesian case is when it treats maximum employment as an independent target in its own right. So you have two independent targets. You have price stability, and then you have a target for the unemployment rate. And when you're in that world, you're just, by the force of things, you're in a Phillips curve world. You need some way of forecasting the joint behavior of inflation and unemployment. So you naturally assume a structural Phillips curve. And in addition to that, the Fed's taken us back to the 1970s when the Fed was concerned about the inner city and riots, and felt a responsibility to deliver a low rate of unemployment, and then used the Phillips curve to try to balance off these objectives of low inflation and low unemployment. Now we have a goal for inclusive unemployment. We need an unemployment rate and a labor force participation rate such that we have full employment in disadvantaged communities. Okay, so that's a lot like the 1970s. Okay, so if we're going to learn from this experiment, we need to make forecasts of how it's going to work, but we need counterfactuals that offer other forecasts, so that when we get the results, the Fed can't just if we get high inflation, the Fed just can't rationalize it as cost push inflation as it did in the 1970s. So I'm a quantity theorist, a monetarist, and so I need a model that operates as a foil, as a counter to the Fed's Keynesian view of the world now. So I need a quantity theory, but I need it in terms of the kinds of models that economists are using now, the new Keynesian model. So the model I use is the good friend King version of the new Keynesian model, which they exposited in the 1997 NBER annual. So in this model, price stability is the optimal policy. The reason it's optimal is because the friction in the model is price stickiness. And if you have price stability, well, then price stickiness isn't relevant. The central bank implements a policy of price stability. And then with that concentration on price stability, the implication, it's a radical implication, is that the determination of real variables like employment and real output is turned over to the operation of the unfettered operation of the price system. Is turned over to the real business cycle core of the economy. And I call that monetary regime one of classical economy, because the price level is determined independently of the behavior of real variables. Blanchard and Ghali term it the divine coincidence. That is, this version of the NK model advanced by Goodfriend and King provides price stability and a zero output gap. That's the divine coincidence. Now, it's just sort of a brief digression. Central banks don't literally target the price level. Maybe they should, but they don't. And the way to think about translating this model into practice is to use the Aoki version of the new Keynesian model. Aoki was a student of Michael Woodford. And so he divides the firms into two sectors, a sticky price sector and a flexible price sector. And the Fed's responsibility is to maintain price stability in the sticky price sector, so that all the firms in that sector coordinate when they set prices for multiple periods. They coordinate on the FOMC's inflation target. And then when they set prices according to that credible rule, then the Fed is free to move the funds rate in a way that tracks the natural rate of interest churned out by the real business cycle core of the economy. And by causing the real interest rate to track the natural rate of interest, then it follows that the real sector is determining employment and output. And that's as Scott mentioned, that's one of the fundamental monetarist core beliefs, that the price system is stable. Let it run and don't interfere with its operation and set off destabilizing monetary absorptions and emissions. Okay. Now, we can start with the good friend King model and modify it by the Aoki version of sticky price and flexible price sectors. But still, and this is where I think academics has so much trouble because they haven't worked in central banks. A model is an abstraction, and it only takes us so far. As I said, it's key to identifying the multiple correlations within the economy and allowing us to think about sorting out correlation from causation. But the models that we have and probably will have in the long run don't give us what the policymaker needs in terms of knowing what the natural value of variables are. They don't tell us the natural rate of interest. They don't tell us the natural rate of unemployment. Now, that's not a problem for the econometricians. They just assume a Taylor rule and do their estimation. But the problem with that is that central banks don't use the Taylor rule, and they don't use it because they don't know the output gap. Maybe long after the fact, they can fit a trend line and estimate an output gap, but they don't have it in real time. So if we're going to use a model to provide a coherent narrative about monetary history, we need to understand that central banks devise their rules pragmatically, and that's what gives us our semi-controlled experiments. Now, with the Fed, since William McChesney Martin and the abandonment of real bills views that existed before World War II, all of the Fed policies are based on lean against the wind. The fundamental, I think, truth to reality of lean against the wind is that if the economy is growing faster than potential, if rates of resource utilization are declining, then the real rate of interest is below the natural rate of interest. And the Fed then moves the funds rate up from its prevailing value. That's a search procedure for causing the real rate of interest to track the natural rate of interest and letting the price system do its thing. Now, the problem the Fed is faced with in implementing lean against the wind, I call it law, is that in a recovery, you really want the economy to be growing faster than potential because you want to reduce rates of resource utilization. And the semi-controlled experiments the Fed has given us that the Fed treats this, the Fed implements law and recoveries in two different ways. One way I call law with trade-offs, and that's what characterizes the 1970s when the Fed had independent targets for low unemployment and low inflation. With law with trade-offs, the Fed kind of looks out the window and decides what's the most important of these two targets, whether it's low unemployment or low inflation, and then introduces cyclical inertia into the economy accordingly. So when a recovery takes off, the Fed's the Fed wants to lower the unemployment rate, is very concerned about not aborting the recovery, then it introduces cyclical inertia into the funds rate. It's slow to raise the funds rate, but then eventually it gets high money growth from that, which produces inflation. Then the Fed goes to the other side of go stop and moves the funds rate up significantly, but is slow to lower it as the economy weakens, because it doesn't want to tell financial markets that high inflation is the norm and you should raise your inflationary expectations. So, you know, Milton Friedman, in his famous critique of long and variable lags, said that the stabilizing character of go stop monetary policy came from the way it introduced first relatively high pro-cyclical money growth and then relatively low pro-cyclical money growth. Now, the key character of the Volcker-Greenspan era, which moved us away from this policy of law with trade-offs, I call law with credibility, in a way that was disciplined by the bond market vigilantes. The Fed had to get rid of this cyclical inertia in interest rates that was producing this pro-cyclical movement in the money stock. And in a way disciplined by the bond market vigilantes, what that meant is raising the funds rate relatively early in the economy, and especially with Greenspan, raising it significantly when labor markets began to overheat, and using that as a proxy for what's happening to the output gap. So preemption became the key variable here. And what that required was that the Fed abandon any attempt to use Phillips curve trade-offs. That just didn't kind of work anymore if you're going to move to a policy of price stability and having preemptive increases in the funds rate to prevent the emergence of inflation. That's what's that's what's making the current period so interesting, because Powell, in his 2020 Jackson Hole conference speech, a key part of that was to renounce the preemption of the Volcker-Greenspan era and not abandon an expansionary monetary policy until you actually saw in inflation. And so the issue then is, well, can we trust the Fed's kind of use of a structural Phillips curve, you know, a flat Phillips curve, and then you stimulate the economy and reduce slack until you get to the point where you begin to see inflation, and then you know you're on the upward sloping part of the Phillips curve, and then you can back off, and to get to your long run 2% inflation target, you just move up the amount of slack in the economy a little bit. You know, the famous soft landing strategy the Fed tried in 1970. You know, can we exercise that kind of control, or does the you know, Friedman long and variable lag phenomenon come back to bite us in the derriere? So we got this great experiment. We need to learn from it, but the moral is that we need to get out our models with competing forecasts of what's going to happen to inflation. I've just given you my favorite one. If we don't do that, yeah, maybe everything will work out just fine. Yeah, that's great. But if it doesn't, and if we get inflation, if inflation is a monetary phenomenon, then if we don't have these competing forecasts about the implication of monetary policy, the Fed's just going to say, oh yeah, you know, cost push shocks, and you know, we got to accommodate them, otherwise we'll cause a socially undesirable rise in unemployment. You know, we're back in the 1970s. Okay, so my wife likes to talk about Hetzel's theory of relativity. That is, time passes faster when I'm talking than when somebody else is talking. And I honestly think I run through my 25 minutes. And so I do have some comments on current policy, but maybe we can come back to those in the Q&A. And sorry about the rant, but I think like Tim and Juan, I get pretty excited about what's going on. Okay, Ryland, over to you.
Thanks very much, Bob. And let's show our appreciation for Bob. That was fascinating. Thank you, Bob. Okay, so that was yeah. As Bob raised some fascinating issues there, and many, and yeah, I do recognise many of those working at a central bank and using different types of models, and I recognise many of the challenges that Bob mentioned. So we now have a session of discussion and questions. I'm looking at the Q&A and I can't see anything, but I think Kent has raised his hand. So perhaps we should start with Kent. If you want to unmute yourself, Kent, and ask your question.
Oh, hi, yeah. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. I thought it was a fascinating talk, but one of the things that I was interested in was your comment, Bob, about central banks estimate these new Keynesian models and they always fit the data. But my understanding is that a lot of central banks use DSGE models, which they then use a kind of a Bayesian estimation, which is not really fitting with the data, but actually imposing parameters and then testing to see whether they have some cursory resonance with the moments of the data, which is not the same thing as estimating. How do you come to the notion that they actually estimate and find that these models are relevant? Right, and I just want to apologize for the volume of my rant and being last. Scott Sumner especially has raised a lot of these issues in his work, and how to impose long-run discipline on central banks. But to get back to your question, let me give you an example. So I was at the Fed in the recovery from the Great Recession, and there was a big move to estimate DSGE models, and quite a few of the regional central banks estimated them. Philadelphia, New York, Chicago, and they all gave the same result. Relatively quickly, the economy would snap back to full employment and to potential output. It was very hard to generate a sustained deviation from potential. So the econometricians just, fooled with the fitting of potential output. They made it a kind of a random walk with drift, and then they could get their models to fit. But at least my experience, correct me if I'm wrong, is that these models, as sophisticated as they aren't offering useful forecasts. The forecasts are wrong, and just like the board's more standard models, then routinely they're just re-estimated so they fit the data. But like I know with the Fed as an example, the FOMC uses the Tealbook forecasts. Those are judgmental. Those are not model-based forecasts. So if these DSGE models were offering us useful forecasts, the Fed would use them. It isn't. So. Thank you.
And thank you, Bob. Thank you, Kent. I can't see any more questions in the Q&A, the Zoom Q&A. So I don't know if should we switch now to questions from the floor? Juan or Gail, I don't know if we should do that now. Yeah.
Well, there is a question here from the floor, if you may.
Yeah. That's great.
Good. Yeah. Mike Howell. I hope you gentlemen can hear me, but this is a sort of general question for both Bob and Scott. What we've heard today is that there's been excessive monetary growth across a lot of advanced economies, clearly in the last 2 years, but the US sticks out like a sore thumb here. I mean, there's a lot of monetary growth, and I mean, this is a big question for inflation. So first of all, are you gentlemen worried about that particularly? And secondly, there's been a sort of counter argument in the US that's come through, particularly from people like John Cochrane at Stanford, and more recently from Peter Steller, who was, as you know, head of monetary operations at the IMF, about the fiscal theory of the price level. Where do you gentlemen sit on that argument?
Scott, why don't you start?
Well, my own view is that the biggest problem in the US has been too much fiscal stimulus, and some of that may have fed into some of the monetary aggregates because, obviously people weren't spending as much during COVID and money was coming in through fiscal stimulus. I think monetary policy has been relatively appropriate until recently, when you can argue it's become too expansionary. And on the fiscal theory of the price level, I'm not a fan at all. I think that the empirical evidence strongly supports the idea that monetary policy drives nominal aggregates. And when you see monetary policy and fiscal policy go head to head, monetary policy tends to dominate. Famous example, Abe, Japan, when Abe took office, fiscal tightened sharply, monetary became more expansionary, and nominal GDP growth picked up sharply. So, and I could name many, many other examples. So I'm not a fan of the fiscal theory of the price level, with the exception, obviously, that if the country's finances are so shaky that central bank has to accommodate deficits like some developing countries, then obviously fiscal policy dominates in those situations, but not the US or most developed countries.
Okay.
Is he going to?
Sorry.
Okay, can I jump in? Okay, so I think you need to keep in mind that not since the first half of 1979 has the Fed run this kind of highly stimulative monetary policy. And maybe Scott's right, it was initially appropriate, but at some point it's not going to be appropriate. And since the last half of 1979 and Paul Volcker and then Greenspan, the Fed has not run this kind of expansionary monetary policy. So money growth hasn't been all that important in terms of forecasting. And if the Fed follows my golden rule of providing a stable nominal anchor and then letting the price system determine real variables, well, money will be demand determined. And if there's a liquidity crisis or low interest rates and a big demand for money in the monetary base, as Scott has emphasized in his comments, well, you can get high money growth and it doesn't mean anything, but it does mean something depending on how it's pushed out into the system. Nobody would say that Zimbabwe and Venezuela are that their inflation is not a monetary phenomenon. And the way money's gotten into the system after with the pandemic is more like Zimbabwe and Venezuela. So it is of concern. And as William Allen emphasized, right off the bat, you had this big unwinding of the arbitrage that the hedge funds were doing to arbitrage the difference between on the run and off the run securities. So they dumped a huge amount of securities out in the market, and the brokers and dealers were constrained by their by the Basel accords and the amount to which they could arbitrage this. And so government bond rates rose, and it was a little liquidity crisis, and there was a dash for cash. So at that point, the Fed did the right thing. It bought a huge amount of government securities, and the money supply jumped. The problem is that that dash for cash, that liquidity crisis, that's over now. And the Fed needs to unwind its portfolio. It needs to be actually, as William said, it needs to be quantitative tightening. It needs to be selling securities, but it's not even doing that. It's just tapering them. So that in combination with the rise in expected inflation with the low funds rate target, which is lowering the real rate of interest, monetary policy is still highly stimulative. It's becoming even more stimulative. And given the tightness in the labor markets, that's just not appropriate. So that's a long exclamation to say, yes, I'm very much concerned about high money growth. And you can put that in Scott's language of what's going to happen to nominal GDP growth, but we need some kind of, Scott's termination, some kind of guardrail to make sure this monetary overhang doesn't cause inflation.
Well, we have 2 more questions from the audience.
Yeah, that's okay. And we have one now in from the Q&A. So should we do the floor ones first, and then we'll do the Zoom question?
So was it Tim and James? Yeah, yes.
Yeah, I have to confess to a lot of frustration with the talks you just had. I want to ask a very direct question, which is, what do you expect the rate of growth of nominal GDP in the USA to be in the 2 years to mid-2023? And why? What Juan and I did this morning was to use a very simple and standard theory, which can be modeled. No, there's no shortage of models, and this is a very simple and straightforward model. And we arrived at the numbers of 27% up to the middle of 2023 and 33% up to the middle of 2024. And we just used a simple standard theory that nominal national income is in equilibrium when agents willingly hold the quantity of money created by the banking system at the prevailing levels of prices and output. The standard just need 2 things for that: the quantity of money and the properties of money, the bound function, the calculation of equilibrium velocity. What is the problem? I really don't understand you American economists, quite frankly. There's all this stuff of different models and other rubbish. That must be the core. And can I just say, you think I'm a simpleton. Look, I got it right last March. You didn't.
All right. So who wants to go ahead?
I'm not sure that's a question, but I think it starts out, it's more in Scott's province than mine.
2023. And why? The forecast for nominal GDP growth in the US for mid-2023 and 2024.
So you want a forecast for nominal GDP growth between now and the next 2 years? Is that, I couldn't quite hear the question. Is that it?
I want you to justify it using a simple model.
Well, I basically, my approach to forecasting is I look at markets and try to infer market forecasts. So I don't really have a model myself. I believe in the efficient market hypothesis. I think market forecasts are the least bad forecasts we have. So I look at things like tip spreads, and I look at other market indicators. And my sense is that nominal GDP growth over the next couple of years is likely to be above 4%, but modestly above, not dramatically above. And so from my perspective, it's likely to be modestly too high, but not catastrophically. I would expect inflation to be relatively high for another year and then come down closer to 2%. That's what the TIPS markets seem to be forecasting. So that's all I can tell you. I can't give you a specific number because we don't have a nominal GDP futures market, but the market indicators we have do suggest that nominal GDP growth is likely to be above what would be consistent with 2% inflation, for some time, and then slow down, after a year or two.
I can give you a quantity theoretic response. We've had a huge buildup in the monetary aggregates, and that represents a lot of purchasing power. And I think it's like World War II, where people are waiting until the pandemic passes, and then they'll try to run down those money balances and reduce this huge increase in real purchasing power. That increase in real purchasing power can be undone in two different ways. It can be undone by reducing the nominal quantity of money. And for that to happen, the Fed has to raise interest rates to whatever amount is required to cause people to repay debt to banks, which extinguishes deposits. If they don't do that, then the nominal deposits just stay. It's the old thing about money being a hot potato. I want to draw down my balance, but then I spend it, but it just goes on to somebody else's balance. And if the Fed doesn't raise interest rates sufficiently, perhaps under pressure from Congress to keep the debt financing cost low, then it'll be run down through inflation, and then that'll make nominal GDP growth too high. So so the answer to your question is it depends, but I'm concerned for two reasons. One is the Fed has an independent target for low unemployment, and it's using as a benchmark the pre-pandemic behavior of the labor market. I don't think that's appropriate now. And the second thing is, the fiscal theory, the price level stuff could come in because Congress is going to be very unhappy to see what happens to the cost of financing government debt if interest rates rise. It's going to be a real problem.
Ryland, no more questions here.
No, I think the Q&A, we did have a question from Peter Ireland, but Peter says Scott's last answer got to that issue a bit. So hang on a second, we may have, so I think Peter's happy. Let me just have a check on the chat. This is from Kent. Kent, do you want to say given you're on the panel, do you want to say your question?
Okay, well, listening to what Robert and Scott, well, especially what Scott was saying about market indicators, if you expect nominal GDP to be about 4% in 2023, isn't the underlying assumption there that markets expect money growth to actually fall back to some low level and not be sustained? Because that there's an inconsistency here about the fact that money growth is so high now, and it's not affected in inflation expectations and therefore nominal income growth.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the most plausible assumption. I mean, I obviously I don't know what markets are forecasting in terms of money growth, but I think that the most plausible assumption is that they would expect a dramatic moderation in money growth, maybe even some declines in certain aggregates as things normalize, consistent with the forecasts that we do have of the market forecasts of inflation and so on. So, I mean, if it were not true, then the market would be implicitly forecasting a permanent and large increase in the real demand for money. And I can't think of any reason why that would occur. So, yeah, I think that's plausible that the markets are implicitly forecasting that sort of thing. But I should also say it isn't just things like tip spreads. There's a lot of market indicators out there, the strong dollar and so on, that do suggest the markets aren't overly concerned about inflation being permanently higher. I mean, they're imperfect indicators, but I would point out that in the past, market indicators have often been superior to other forecasts. Bob mentioned the problems during the Great Recession. The markets were predicting that monetary policy was much too tight back in 2008, 9, and the Fed was much more complacent. And it turned out the markets were correct and the Fed was wrong about the stance of monetary policy. But the markets aren't always correct. This bout of inflation we've had this year was more than the markets expected a year ago. So I just view their forecast as the least bad forecast we have, not as any sort of perfect foresight.
Let me say a couple of things. One is that I think historically markets have had difficulty forecasting when there's a change in the monetary regime. So a couple examples. After World War II, markets expected deflation. You always had deflation after wars, World War I, the Civil War. The monetary regime changed. It took markets a long time to understand that you weren't going to get this deflation. And then the monetary regime changed again in the last part of the 1960s, and inflation eventually became a random walk. And bond markets were very slow to take that on board. Eventually, they did take it on board in 1979, and Volcker said, hey, we've got to restore stability to bond markets and get rid of the bond market vigilantes. So yeah, markets are efficient, but learning is difficult, and we understanding the implications of a change in monetary regime is difficult. And the benchmark I keep going back to is Volcker Greenspan and preemptive increases in the funds rate. The fact that those policies worked to stabilize prices, return us to price stability, to me, in terms of the new Keynesian model, that suggests that the Fed was tracking the natural rate of interest. Yellen, of course, thinks that now that we were stomping on unemployment to control inflation. I don't think that's right. So we abandoned preemption. So we've abandoned a policy that worked to track the natural rate of interest, and that's powering money growth. And if we don't back off from that, then that money growth is going to stay there, and the purchasing power it represents is going to be eliminated through inflation. Unfortunately, we don't have the kind of guardrails that Scott has spent his life trying to persuade us we need. We don't know what, how the Fed's going to respond, especially with all this leadership flux that's going on. And we don't know what kind of pressure Congress is going to exert. When inflation rose in 1980 and 1981, and especially after Reagan took office, he didn't like inflation, and we had a Paul Volcker and then an Alan Greenspan, and they were allowed. The political system allowed them to bring down the inflation rate. Well, if we get high inflation this time, we don't know whether the political system is going to allow us to bring it back down at the cost of a recession. So, this gets us back to the kinds of things that quantity theorists and market monitors talk about. We don't have the kind of a rule that that we need to impose long-run price stability, and we haven't had it since the Fed was founded in 1913.
I just add, I agree with those points about the importance of regime change. I would add one further point. It's also just bad monetary policies makes it harder for markets to forecast. So for instance, the Fed has this flexible average inflation target, which is supposed to mean an average inflation rate of 2% over time, but they're very vague on exactly what they mean by that regime. If they actually had a rigorous price level targeting regime, the markets would be able to predict 10-year inflation rates with a high degree of accuracy, because they would know exactly what PCE level the Fed was aiming for in the year 2031. But because the Fed's flexible average inflation targeting regime is kind of vague, like they sort of indicate that they plan to offset low inflation with high and vice versa, but they're vague on how they're going to do that. That makes it harder for markets to forecast. And throughout history, the worse mistakes that have been made by monetary policymakers, the more markets have been incorrect in their forecasts. It's just much easier to forecast good monetary policy, almost by definition, because good monetary policy is predictable monetary policy, right? So if that's your definition of good monetary policy, then it's going to be easier to forecast when monetary policy is effective. So I don't think in terms of forecasting in the sense of like, what will this money supply mean for prices in the future? To me, forecasting is about predicting what the Fed is going to do. Is it going to be committed to its targets or not? So you're forecasting a person's psychology or a committee's psychology more than you are forecasting velocity or something like that.
Yeah, I agree with all that. And the problem is that the Fed didn't announce average inflation targeting as a policy. It announced flexible average inflation targeting. And we don't know what that means in terms of balancing off its maximum employment goal and its price stability goal. And part of the problem is that in August of 2020, when Powell announced the new regime, it was just a whole different world. The assumption was that central banks knew how to lower inflation, but they didn't know how to raise it. Central banks were out of ammunition because of the zero lower bound issue. We were going to have periodic deflations, and we needed to move inflation above 2% to prevent that kind of deflationary spiral. And so the Fed locked itself into what Odyssean forward guidance, this whole set of kind of procedures to keep us from to convince the markets of lower for longer. And now the world has changed. We're getting inflation, and whether the Fed can kind of back out from that and change the way it understands the world and back off from expansionary monetary policy without admitting it's made a mistake. We just don't know. Unfortunately, monetary policy now is being made by people, not rules.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Bob and Scott. That was a fascinating session. I think it's time to draw this session to a close. So can I just say thank you to Victor, Bob, and Scott for their fascinating presentations, and to all the people who offered their thought-provoking questions. So thank you very much to all.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank Tim and Juan.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank
you, yeah, Juan, shall I hand back to you to close the conference?
Tim's coming to close.
Oh, Tim, sorry. I'll hand back to Tim to round things up.
So, a fascinating session, as you say. Can I just thank everyone for coming today? It has, I think, raised many fascinating questions about both the state of economics and the prospects for the world's major economies. So I would like to say a special thanks to Gail Grimston for organizing the day, and also very much so to Ben Johannes for doing. I mean, it's been an amazing occasion when we have actually had this involvement, people from thousands of miles away, and you feel as if they're just a few feet away, just in the room next door. So thank you very much for that. Juan, did you want to say one or two things just to finish the session? No, I think it's down on the list actually, Juan, but I'll just thank everyone very much again for coming. There will, I think, be probably some of the papers published in the Journal of Economic Affairs, and so you'll see even more polished versions of them in due course. Thank you again. Thank you.